Check. Audio back and forth is working fine. And this is what, let me show you what the signer will look like.
It's just about pulling it down.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So
Yeah, anytime you give me a cue, I'll do it. So let's load it up.
Dirty issue. I just sent you the file.
Oh, so you
our
can't put it on.
computers sometimes don't allow.
Okay,
it.
so I didn't know if the email would hold your file.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not too big.
No, it's not too large. Yeah.
Let me make sure you have.
All right, let's go here.
How you doing?
I'm going to attempt to take it off of here. So I'm going to need to send it to a different. Oh, no, you did it right. It always
It does that. Okay.
Yeah, it'll take a couple seconds
Okay.
before it says
Please
it's.
rush.
You're all right.
I'm back up to Glendy back at the home office. So there are three of us that can backstop if something goes wrong. So
You bet. So you're
sorry. Good to see
Okay,
you.
Bob.
Our
Good to
tech
see you.
consultant on the Zoom.
Okay,
technical
very good.
Questions.
Yeah,
etc.
everything looks good. The audio back and forth has already been tested from the
Okay.
far side into it. I'm getting the content loaded now.
Okay.
We also have a separate dedicated camera for the signer
Okay.
on that back wall.
Great.
And then, of course, when we're finished with presentations, what we can do is we'll have a slide behind them for a minute, but then we'll come down and do IMAG for the room of the people.
Okay.
Okay? Anything that comes up you want changed.
No. I'm just like I'm here to support my colleague who's running everything behind the show. So
Right.
like I know she'll do great. But
Okay, no, we always good to have help.
And this is the clicker.
Yeah, that's
Just
gonna be your clicker. So once I get the content up, we're gonna go through the deck.
Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So I appreciate that you made me a co-host on my machine to spotlight. However, the machine I'm going to be sharing from, which is called Presenter, when I go to it, it's not allowing me to share. So I think only the host needs to enable me to share from this machine. Okay, so who is the host? Is that your IT guys?
Yeah, her name's
So-
Wendy.
So let her know that the name of the machine is called Presenter, and it logged in at first to finish at mail.com. Thank you. Yeah, we have to get the Zoom host to allow me to share. It's not permitting it, but I think he's working on it.
Oh, that's it. Okay, so yeah, he just needs that. So.
Yeah, for presenter, just needs the sharing privileges.
Perfect.
Thank you, thank you. Standing by. decide what you want to do.
Everything else. So
Does it start at 11? Okay,
we,
well,
I mean,
that's me.
yeah.
Check 1, 2, test 1, 2.
check 1, 2. Welcome. 2.
Not to say,
All support.
oh, yeah, let's see.
So we need to have to read them. And just a welcome to move this through.
Well, you're gonna have the slides, so I got it.
I'll-
Yeah, right, since you have the slide. All right, where is, so 10, 11, there must have been another 1, 2, 3, 4.
Folks, we're starting in about 3 minutes sharp, so this is the time to refresh your coffee or use the restrooms if you need to before we get going. Thank you.
So I suppose we'll have some trickle in both virtually as well as place-based. But we want to at least kick off on time. So welcome, everyone. This is really number 6. That is really impressive. And I think in each of these annual convenings, we really learn so much together and how valuable it is to be in community across the diverse scientific societies and other stakeholders and foundations who share our commitments. And so I'm going to not take a lot of time, but I have a lot of slides here. So I may be, you may find me a little bit on speed, my background is one of speaking rapidly in any event. So I want to just welcome everyone to our 6 Societies Consortium convening. I am Felice Levine. I have the honor of co-chairing the consortium with at least 2 others of my fine colleagues, and you'll get an opportunity to hear from them during the course of the day. And Billy Williams, who's to my left and will join me soon. We usually kind of sit at a table together and tag team, but so much for tables. Billy is a executive vice president of the American Geophysical Union, where we are, and also has co-chaired the Society's Consortium Executive Committee. On behalf of the Executive Committee, our administrative partner, Ed Council, who we could definitely not survive without. They're really the connective glue that makes what we all want to do in a volunteer way work as well as it does. And the Planning Committee and AGU. It's my pleasure to open this event it might not look like it yet, but we're going to roll up our sleeves or take off our jackets and work together. For those attending virtually, which I think is almost double the number of those place-based, we hope you enjoy the many ways we'll foster a community together. You don't get to have our snacks, you don't go to the reception, but otherwise have a grand time. I suppose we perhaps should have sent a care package to you. Our convening theme is championing a future vision for safety, equity, and excellence in the STEM ecosystem. So it's multidimensional. One of the sessions we're going to be taking up later is talking about how we actually have grown and transformed from our emphasis on sexual harassment to the range of intersectionality so key in science, in our societies, in the academy, and in other places and spaces in which we work. And another dimension of our name change was the word end. Let's end. So I don't want to preempt that session, but I hope that you, even though this convening has a theme, there's a grander theme that I think reflects our growth and development over the years. I think I'm going to hope that you've seen slide 3 and in the interest of time, move on with the detail. We've lined up a tremendous slate of plenary panels, workshops, keynotes, lots of opportunity to network and get to know each other better so that we can work collaboratively in between on our various other activities as they are frequently offered by the consortia and in our small groups and in ways that we could develop new epistemic ways of working together. You can find a full description of our themes and objectives, as well as the convening agenda, speaker bios, and other relevant materials in your folders, with plenty more in the Google folder. If you can remember which of your passwords to use to get into it, please refer to them if you haven't already. We've many to thank, as you can see on the slide, for this event, really more than on the slide, but let me just emphasize the Doris Duke Foundation. It's too self-serving to say AERA, which I am Executive Director of the American Educational Research Association, and we have a commitment to provide the ASL services for this event. The Federation of American Societies for Experimental Biology, who with AGU collaborated on logistics to create an integrated in-person and virtual experience for all convening participants. And of course, our host, the American Geophysical Union. Without that, not just the material contributions, but without their presence and the value systems that underlie that, we just wouldn't be the kind of consortium that we are. I want to also thank the annual convening planning committee, Yvette Singer, Mark Beebe, Stacy East, Serena Niote, Francis L.V. Banda, and Marsha Lesky, as well as Ed Smith, who seemed to be up at 4 a.m. Now, why I knew he was up at 4 a.m. is probably equally as a challenging part of our story, but Ed and Louisa Hurt, who's been at registration and may not yet be in here, have from Ed Council have really just done a tremendous job in working with the planning committee and, making the sausage quite edible. The executive committee and the leadership council members who share ideas to assemble the events program, many of whom are serving as moderators, panelists, and facilitators. So you're going to see our leadership spread. and certainly all have contributed to developing the consortium strategies, which we'll talk about in more detail. I've kind of preempted that, but it's a dedicated session. And I want to thank our invited speakers from societies, higher education, philanthropy, the federal government, and industry who are sharing their expertise and insights to encourage meaningful action by societies and all STEM sectors to make our fields more equitable, safe, and inclusive. And no field can be complacent, even those that appear manifestly to be more demographically diverse. You can see an overview of our 2 days together. So I'm going to jump over that because you've seen it. It's been sent to you. It's in the drop boxes, and I think it's just going to be a riveting time. We will use the term equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout. We've posted them here to share how we've come to understand the terms and why they guide the work we do. And of course, we're using, as I emphasized earlier, the lens of intersectionality in all that we do, offered to us by the great Kimberly. I knew her when she was a student. The great Kimberly Crenshaw, who really pushed the envelope in thinking about that in the legal context and all of the social contexts that are important in which we operate. So here are some of the norms. We like to practice what we advocate for and what's at the root of this consortium. We'd like to consider, as you participate, with more detail in your participation guides, take good care of yourself. Number 1, Ed, no more for the morning, right? Take good care of yourself. Respect personal space. We'll have ASL interpreters available. And I think we have captioning. Maybe we don't. We have captioning. I thought we had captioning. Share the air. And what stays here, we've learned, leaves with no attribution. That's kind of a fundamental. Every time we're all together, I think each of us are inspired and learn a lot. We're much more reflective, even though we all like to think that we're reflective on these issues, much more reflective because of maybe a story, maybe a reflection, maybe some research work that informs what we do. But when we hear and discuss and interact around confidential kinds of issues, even personal reflections, student stories, the identities, the wisdom can carry forward, but the identities remain within our one-on-one interactions or large plenary interactions or in the small groups. Here are some other quick tips. Slide 15, before I turn it over to Billy Williams. Please note we have in-room mics to handle questions, so that's great. From virtual, we'll be monitoring questions and comments from virtual participants. For those of you online, please be sure to share your comments and questions in the chat, and then they'll be reported out. Please note that we're recording this function and plan to post videos of plenaries on a Societies Consortium YouTube page. So the plenaries will be shared out, and keep that in mind as we work together. I probably would have had this better put to memory if I had known that this was going to be replicated. No, I did know that it was going to be shared out. Now, let me turn it over to Billy Williams. We've had this pleasure for quite a number of years. He's just a giant of a human being and a
Physically.
yeah. No, I took that. He is. So I actually like to introduce Billy. So
right.
welcome. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Felice, and thank you all for being here. It's such a pleasure to see you back at AGU headquarters. Again, I'm Billy Williams, Service Executive Vice President for Ethics, Diversity, and Inclusion. Looking around the room, I know many of you, but there are those in the room that I have not had the pleasure of meeting yet. I hope I do have a chance of meeting you and talking with you before we leave here today. So my comments are brief. I just want to welcome you on behalf of our interim CEO, Janice Chance at AGU. And colleagues. There are several AGU staff colleagues in the meeting here today as well, plus online. We also are very proud of welcoming you to our net zero energy building here that you're in. We actually put energy back into the grid, and we're very proud of that. There's special features that have been incorporated into the design of the building. If you're ever interested in the area, having a tour to see some of the engineering features that went into this facility, please let us know. Happy to do that. If you have any questions as we go through the day, I just want to give you some instructions. I think you know that lunch will be provided out here in the atrium area, but you can grab lunch and eat any place. You can bring it back in here. You can eat out in the space out in the atrium area. You can also go to the rooftop if you care to. To get to the rooftop, you see one of the staff members or talk to the lady at the desk, and we'll give you access to the rooftop if you care to eat at the roof. That's where we have the reception tonight as well. The restrooms are down the hall to the left, so I think you can find those okay. There'll be refreshments throughout the day, right outside. I think, in the case of any emergency, we will exit the building through the main area. There's also an exit out this past door, past the restrooms if you need to do that. But just follow instructions and go out the building, go to the left and go to the corner of Florida and Connecticut Avenue. And someone from AGU will give you instructions in case of emergency. So AGU again is a proud member of this consortium, and we are very privileged to have you here. I'm privileged to have sat on the executive committee for the past 6 years. And so we're excited to see this important work continue. So now today, without any further ado, let's get the event started with our first keynote panel, Funding the Future, Philanthropy Roles in Building a Safer, Equitable, and Excellent STEM Ecosystem. I'd like to call all the panelists to the front of the room. If you're a panelist for this first session, please come to the front of the room. And I'm also delighted to introduce the session's moderator today, my dear friend, Executive Committee colleague, Andrew Black, Chief of Staff at the American Association for the Advancement of Science. Andrew. Okay.
Well, good morning, everybody. I like that on a Monday. As Billy said, my name is Andrew Black. I'm the Chief of Staff and Chief Public Affairs Officer at the American Association for the Advancement of Science, or AAAS. And very proud, along with Felice and my colleague Shirley Malcolm, to be a co-chair of the consortium's executive committee. And you guys got settled very quickly, but I have in here, as our panelists get settled, so continue settling. I just wanted to take a minute to reflect on where we are this morning. And as we've heard Felice say, and is present in all the branding of this convening, this is the 6th annual convening of the consortium. And several of you in this room were there at the beginning, but many of you were not. And that, to me, is a good thing. One of the most inspiring and energizing moments of my career was the first of these meetings. I'm not even sure we had it branded as a first annual anything at that point, but we were in Ed Council's offices with this sort of very dramatic view of the Capitol when this whole effort was launched. And I think it was probably the most that any of us have cried in a professional setting. But I remember sitting with Shirley and reflecting on the fact that we, at the time, would have been really, really happy, I think, if we had recruited maybe 20 societies to join this effort. So we were really bowled over when that initial list was well over 100 and remains so today, 6 years later. And thanks to a committed leadership group, the wonderful leadership, guidance, and support provided by Ed Council and by all of you who continue to sustain and advance this work. So thank you. Back then we were responding to a call to action in a report, which is a very Washington thing to do. We knew at the time that there was a big problem. We knew it would take collective action to solve it. And we knew that we were stronger together than we'd be as the sum of our parts. Now, fast forward a few years, and our work encountered some new political and social headwinds, let's call them, ones that weren't altogether surprising, but nevertheless changed the environment and the context in which we work. Our collective is important now more than ever. It's important that we keep these conversations going. It's important that we have them out in the open. And it's important that we continue to offer innovative solutions as we have for these last 6 years. So thanks to every one of you here this morning for the important roles that you are playing. And thanks especially to the Ed Council team and the generations of really Ed Council team members. And this morning in particular, Ed and Louisa, anything good that I say up here is Ed. Anything you don't like is 100% my responsibility. So I'm pleased to moderate our first plenary discussion this morning, and we'll be hearing from a really rock star panel of philanthropy's role in building a safer and more equitable and more excellent STEM ecosystem. And this conversation is important, I think, because in this rapidly evolving, not only STEM ecosystem, which is certainly rapidly evolving, but in our world, the role of philanthropy in shaping the scientific enterprise is critical. It has never been more critical. Philanthropic support for fundamental research has increased by about 40% from 2006 to 2021, and by about 100% for applied research during that same period. This is according to the Science Philanthropy Alliance 2023 Indicators Report. So we are honored to have this esteemed panel up here today to speak on the work that they are doing and the work that still needs to be done in policy, in leadership, and in research to drive really transformative change and advance equitable access for all within STEM. So I'm pleased to introduce our panel. You have, again, their full list of accolades and their biographies in your folders. But in alphabetical order, we have Sean Buffington, who's the interim president of the Henry Luce Foundation. I think behind me, there's Cindy. Virtually joining us this morning is Cindy Escobar Alvarez, who's the medical program director, excuse me, at the Doris Duke Foundation. Erica Moore with us here back in the room is the executive director of the STEM Funders Network. Alfred Mays is the chief diversity officer and strategist at the Burroughs Wellcome Fund. And Blanton Tolbert is vice president of science, leadership, and culture at HHMI. So we're going to go and I'm going to pose the same question for all of you as sort of an opening statement prompt. But would love to hear from each of you about the unique role that philanthropy, and especially as you all represent different sectors, in driving systemic change toward a more equitable and inclusive STEM ecosystem. What are you seeing within your own organizations, and what is your broader vision for an inclusive future in STEM? So why don't, Erica, we start with you.
Well, good morning to everyone. Very honored to be here with this esteemed panel and to be in discussion with all of you. Let me just clarify in terms of for STEM Funders Network, we are not a grant making entity. We are a collaborative of grant makers. So honored to have like Burroughs Wellcome Fund as one of the funders that's a part of that portfolio. Upwards of 20 funders have been situated in the organization, and think of it more of a professional learning community. And I think, and that's going to kind of couch my perspective right into this conversation, because this is a portfolio of funders from around the country. Some are place-based, some are national, some are even international, some purely focus on science, some purely focus on K-8, and then some focus on K through 16 or even into workforce. So very much a mixed perspective and very diverse and varied perspective. And I feel honored that I get the opportunity to represent, right, a group that represents all of that. That being said, This is an organization that particularly for the past, 18 months, has experienced a lot because none of them come in with the same lens. None of them come in with the same portfolio or investment strategies. And thus their grantees are having various experiences, and thus they are having various experiences. We've had themes for some of our past biannuals, which usually happen in the spring and the fall. Last spring, the discussion before the SCOTUS decision was around persistence amid resistance. This past spring, the theme for this past spring biannual was giving through an eclipse, because the other definition of an eclipse is something that's losing prominence and losing its status. And when we look right now and where education is being hit and being hit hard, how do you keep giving through an eclipse? It was energizing in that same meeting for several of the members to decide that regardless of the challenge that may exist, doubling down and recognizing that being organizations that would continue support, or quite honestly come to a place like SFN, literally Alfred said, and get air coverage, right, from an organization where they could stand with other funders. They recognize the need for them to not stand alone, but stand in unity, to become very covert, transitioning from the covert status, right, to a more overt status of engagement, i.e. increasing their visibility, increasing their engagement. That was a hard decision, quite honestly, for them to come to, again, because when you have 20 organizations with 50 different agendas, coming into one place of synergy is not always the easiest thing. But the recognition of where we are in the landscape, and if they were not making a stance and making a decision, who else or where else might that happen? So two things were positioned in that, and then I'll hush and get out of the way. Two things were positioned in that conversation. They affirmed that SFN should focus on creating a tailored set of engagements that increases funders' knowledge, sharing on, one, the needs of historically marginalized students, and recognizing that that is more broad than people usually give credit to. People usually just hone in on race, ethnicity, and gender, not thinking in terms of socioeconomic status, not thinking in terms of neurodiversity, not thinking in terms of rural. So the expansion and the inclusion of all that marginalized communities represent. And two, increasing that knowledge and their capacity and their ability to address systemic inequities that disproportionately decrease access to opportunities in the STEM field. A lot of words, but a big commitment on their part, and really appreciate that they decided collectively that's how they were going to focus.
Great, thank you. Sean.
Thanks. It's great to be here. I am the interim president of the Henry Luce Foundation. Our president stepped down not long ago, and I stepped in. And so I don't usually find myself in STEM gatherings. I'm more on the humanities side of what Luce does, but it's exciting to be here and to talk a little bit about what Luce is up to, and to hear from all of you. I wanted to offer, I think, maybe just kind of 4 quick thoughts about sort of this question about what philanthropy can or should do. And the first observation I wanted to make is that, we talk a lot about philanthropy. Still on? Yeah. We talk a lot about philanthropy and the resources that philanthropy brings to the table. And in the abstract, I think, without context, that feels like a lot of money. It isn't a lot of money when we think about a couple of things. One, say, the scope and scale of government funding, the scope and scale of, I will just call it, those who are opposed to the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It isn't an enormous sum of money, right? It isn't sufficient for us to address the enormity of the problem, and also I will just say it, the enormity of the opposition. And the opposition has also been engaged in their work for, you decide where you want to start the count from, 75 years. I guess we could say 300, but certainly post-war, we could say 75, 80 years. This has been a really long game that's been being played, and there's been a very significant investment over time, which is not just a financial investment. And so that's, I guess, the second thing I would say is that money isn't enough, right? I mean, I think money is critical, but it isn't enough, right? And philanthropy isn't enough. That we have to be, we do. I mean, I work for a 501c3. I think most people in the room do. So I won't take a political stance, but I will say we need to be, we in general who believe in the things that we believe in, need to be engaged in political work. We need to be engaged in community building. We need to be engaged in education at all levels, not just thinking about the work that many of us are sort of spending our days on, which is crucial work, but it isn't enough. And then I think maybe the final thing I'll say, and then I'll hush, is courage. I think we have seen already in the wake of SFFA, in the wake of some of the pushback that there has been to the sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda, a kind of hesitation on the part of some foundations to continue to move forward. And to say, you know what, the risks are too high. We're concerned about whatever it might be, litigation, reputation, whatever. And so I think there has been some pulling back. There has also been real pulling back by colleges and universities, leadership of colleges and universities. And at one level, I get that, right? Especially for state institutions, there's a real danger to funding. At the same time, I think leadership and courageous leadership is probably more important now than it has ever been. And we need colleges and college and university presidents and deans and faculty and heads of philanthropy and others who might otherwise be anxious, the heads of societies who might otherwise be anxious about the implications of speaking publicly, to do so and to do so courageously.
Thank you, Blanton.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Blanton Smallbird. I'm the inaugural Vice President of Science Leadership and Culture at the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. I will be approaching 2 years in this position in about 3 days. So I came obviously at a very exciting time, stepped into this really important role. And as everyone in the room is aware, we've experienced some challenges since over the past 2 years. And so I'll come back to some of the work that I'm doing in my capacity, but I'll first start with just sharing a little bit about HHMI, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. So first, we are a biomedical research organization and a science education philanthropy. So what does that mean pragmatically? So our flagship programs are our science program and our Genelia Research Campus. So we employ HHMI scientists at a number of institutions across the United States. And so we support them to be creative, to invest in their the people, not the projects. So we're different than the NIH and the NSF in that regard, because we really want to lower the barriers for scientists to actually do the very best science that they can do. In addition, right, many HHMI scientists train and develop the next generation of scientists. I was a postdoctoral fellow in an HHMI lab, and it was an incredible experience in terms of having the flexibility and the research and things that you can do. And I was the beneficiary of having a really good mentor. And I think that's one of the reasons why I get to sit up here on this panel today with my esteemed colleagues. So in addition to employing scientists at a number of different institutions, we also have a research campus that, again, has a more thematic focused team-based roles in terms of how we carry out biomedical research in Genelia, our Genelia campus in Ashburn, Virginia. All right, so now stepping back, so the center that I have the privilege and honor to run is really organized around focus on advancing equity and inclusion in STEM and science education. And we are doing this in partnership with our colleagues across HHMI in a number of different ways. First and principally, we are able to really have an influence on the academic ecosystem from high school through becoming a PI of a major research lab at an institution. And so we support a number of high school teachers in terms of making sure that they have the professional development they need to create more inclusive classrooms. We support them in being able to bring authentic research experiences for the next generation of scientists within the classroom. Many of these individuals are unable to actually have hands-on research experiences, so we create digital modalities and tools for them to be able to engage in that way. We have programs and projects that work with community colleges and, again, lowering barriers of entry so that more individuals can engage in experiential learning to really grow their identities as scientists. We support predoctoral fellows. Our Gilliam Fellowship supports about 50 predoctoral students a year. That program is managed by my center. We had a historic number of applications last year following the SFFA decision, and we were able to expand the reach of our fellows at a number of institutions and geographic locations. We also support career transition awards for postdoctoral fellows who are transitioning into independent careers. This is our Hannah Gray Fellows award that we support. It's kind of like the K99R00 supported by the NIH or the Mosaic. And then we also support early career scientists as well. And these are Freeman-Hrabowski scholars. So you might have heard about this recent competition. The inaugural cohort of the Freeman-Hrabowski scholars selected about 31 individuals who, again, represent diversity, broadly speaking, in many different dimensions. So I would say one of the unique ways that HHMI is able to influence the academic ecosystem is really through our people. We, again, are positioned such that people who are trained and working in HHMI labs who will become the next generation of scientists, we want to make sure that they have the tools and the skills that equip them in terms of what they're going to be going into. We're also able to influence in the grants that we give out to a number of institutions through our Driving Change competition or our Inclusive Excellence competitions as well. And again, at the core of these programs are to really make sure that institutions, faculty, staff, administrators are really using the best practices, evidence-based practices to create more inclusive research and learning environments. And so that's just kind of a broad overview of what we're doing at HHMI. And I guess maybe a perspective, a personal perspective that I'll just share as a part of this conversation. I think one of our great opportunities right now is to really work to lower the barriers so that more individuals can engage in the scientific process. And we can approach that through a number of different mechanisms, but we need more individuals, regardless of their backgrounds, regardless of their identities, engaged in science. I think we all are very familiar with what's going on right now in the country in terms of, growing distrust between science and the broader public. And so this, I think, is a moment where we can actually really be doing more to really think about what exactly are we doing to discourage more people from engaging in science in real authentic ways. And so I'll hush now because I think there's a lot of other real great conversations to have here.
Great, thank you. Alfred?
Great, thank you. I'll try not to be long because I think each of the panelists provided some perspective that falls within Burroughs Wellcome Fund at some tier or level. The Burroughs Wellcome Fund has had a long history of addressing underrepresentation, underserved, underfunded, under-resourced, underutilized, and we even sometimes challenge ourselves around the language of under, and to the extent that we will reach success by expressing over representation. So I'm not going to give a lot about the Burroughs Wellcome Fund in terms of history. You can go to our website, and from the website, you'll see that like Bland and HHMI, we have a portfolio of grant activities, both on the strategic as well as on the ad hoc side. And when I say strategic and ad hoc, they're kind of combined, but we also have the competitive process for which it spans across primarily biomedical research. Our history is one that supports disciplines and even the K to career trajectory, because we feel that you're not going to have success in terms of career outcomes if you don't have fundamental kinds of even starts. So we do go as far back as early childhood in terms of consideration, but a more formal program is K to career. We make about 41 million on the average in grants across the nation. We have a large, diverse portfolio in terms of discipline. I'm one of 4 program officers that works with these different program areas. My area is concentrated on diversity in science and science education and STEM. We have a footprint in North Carolina because our history has our corporate presence there before the acquiring by GlaxoSmithKline. And given that footprint, the Wellcome Trust out of London actually provided the proceeds to a certain extent to support our pursuing an independent path forward in support of education. So of that 41 million, just a couple of points to make in terms of how we prioritize and look at those investments. I often begin sharing personal perspective before I share organizational perspective, and that is I'm reminded often to determine how significant an organization thinks about diversity. Look at their budget. Literally look at their budget. And to the extent that there's dedicated funding for that purpose. So we don't mind it to be interwoven into strategy, but where's that direct connection and where you're not fumbling over yourself to find and force fit a connection. So my role as senior program officer has evolved to now chief diversity officer. And I don't know if there is any chief diversity officer in the room. There are few of them across the country, given the current circumstance and the climate and culture. So in 2020, we were on a real good trajectory in terms of prioritizing and directing more funding toward diversity. And I can't believe we're here now asking the question about what tomorrow holds in terms of those investments, but that's where we are. So as we focus, without me going into a lot of detail about specific programming, there are ideas and concepts that I love to crosswalk. One is that as a private philanthropy, we've actually moved toward being a little bit vulnerable. And I don't mean a vulnerability assessment or being subject to a challenge. We're challenging ourselves by saying, are we power hoarding as a result of being leading philanthropy? Are we power wielding in that process? We've decided that we're going to take more of a path of power sharing, particularly with our networks and our communities. And what that means is being less prescriptive. We have our formal competitive grants, and we know that you all welcome RFPs. The community welcomes some criteria to be set and know what the expectations are of philanthropy. But philanthropy needs to do a better job of asking, what are your needs at the community level? You know your community best. So we can't operate on assumptions that these are your needs and then put funding available so that you comply. So we're under that process of self-awareness in terms of working with the grantees and the communities. Another key investment around the strategy without being competitive is the creation of networks. Blanton shared, the portfolio that he has with the Herbowski and Hannah Gray and Gilliam. We can crosswalk with that, but when we crosswalk, we say, if our postdoctoral enrichment program is not quite that perfect fit, we partner with other philanthropy to create opportunities where these pathways are available, these resources are available. And we oftentimes look to say, are we serving low resource organizations to create more equitable opportunity? And are we asking those low resource organizations to partner with high resource organizations so that there's better leveraging? So when we ask our community and networks to do that, we also ask our peer funders to do the same. In fact, Erica's leading that work and articulates it quite well, because we can do more together than we can alone, even if there's not an immediate win-win. Where's the investment? Where's the capital that creates that ideal opportunity? And where can you develop proof of concepts or pilot to the extent that you might be a beneficiary if you create the capacity for those opportunities? So that's where we look at peer funders and doing that type of work. I'll also say that there are many instances where we started down this particular path because in academia, the question was, where are they? We have low numbers of faculty in academic positions at institutions because we don't have the population to recruit from. And we challenged that early on to say, they are there. The numbers may not be high, but what's missing is that they're not a part of that traditional historical network for which those opportunities are being made available, or even ensuring that there's some awareness of those opportunities. So we've created this concept of diversity enrichment network, where it's our role to create these networks of opportunity across our grantees. And then we ask our grantees to pay it back and to pay it forward to cultivate an environment for inclusiveness. And for us, inclusiveness is the end. Diversity and equity is the means. The outcome really should be inclusive, but you can't accomplish inclusiveness without having equitable access and opportunity and diversity and the multiple means of diversity. As someone on the panel mentioned earlier, that we're not just looking at race or gender, but we're looking at socioeconomic and geography. One final comment, and that is, we see the relabeling and the restructuring around DEI. And we are very open to the all and inclusive language, but we're also fearful that we're going to lose sight of specificity behind the historical marginalization. So we're going to maintain our posture for the most part in that space, because we've basically seen that the all language has existed for more than 400 years. The all language existed in our Constitution. The all language existed during the Civil Rights era. And now there's a suggestion that we go back to all language. I just haven't bought into the fact that the label itself is going to work without direct strategies.
Thank you. Cindy.
Thank you, and morning, everybody, and thanks for accommodating me to participate remotely. It is really great to see nice, beautiful, familiar faces on the panel, so thanks for having me here. So to answer for the Doris Duke Foundation, I thought I'd start us with what our mission is, and we are building a more creative, equitable, and sustainable future. And we realize that you cannot have that without really fully harnessing what the population of the US has to offer, right? In terms of diversity, our representation is just so incomplete in the workforce. And much like previous panelists have said, we think about how we alone are not able to make change, right? And so that's where we start, from a place of thinking, how can we make the most out of the resources that we have available to ourselves, but also for the mission of the foundation, but also how can we bring others along who see the issues that we see. And I think that really has shaped how we approach what we do and how we do it in regards to the workforce. And earlier on, we realized that there is no, we're all working towards the same purpose, right, in our own spaces, but that the problem, the core, what's at the core is common to many disciplines. So we try to find those intersections where we can create either a platform to elevate those voices of those who are doing the work to keep the conversation alive. So not only do we support grants, for example, now almost 2 years ago, we started supporting the STEM Opportunity Alliance that brought together many philanthropic partners and organizations to really create a center of gravity around the issues that we're all working on, and to coordinate, to better coordinate and to measure how we are making progress. As the political climate changes, I think that we hope that this body is really well positioned to continue intersecting with government and many individuals who are doing the work. I mean, at the foundation, we certainly don't, we know that we don't carry the voice, right? We are the ones who can enable it. So we engage in other activities that are perhaps a little invisible, that are not grants. Sometimes they're grants, but we have more recently engaged in media partnerships, for example, and in sponsorship opportunities where we know that there are important conversations happening, but where there are the ears that we think could be listening to those messages. So we are very deliberate in how we try to find those opportunities so that the ideas are kept alive, right? So that despite the political changes, we continue to participate and elevate the importance of these issues. And you know, a lot has been said, so I'll keep my remarks short and stop there.
Great. Well, Cindy, thank you. And I'm really glad you mentioned SOA, which lives at AAAS, but reflects a $2 billion commitment of its partners. And these are partners across industry, academia, philanthropy, media organizations to this work. And I think, you know, Travis, my colleague Travis York, will be speaking at a couple of moments, and Shirley's here. So feel free to ask any of us about that. But Sean, it sort of goes back to a point you made. I think that, you know, we're up against pretty strong headwinds when it comes to, you know, just resourcing, right, the work. And so I want to ask, you know, all of you, and feel free to jump in as you feel led, you know, SOA being one example, but cross-sectorally, how can, especially as we're speaking to, you know, a room of scientific society leaders, what are the best ways that we can sort of pursue those cross-sectoral collaborations with philanthropy, with industry, with government, and with scientific societies to promote some of these things and more broadly, a more inclusive ecosystem?
Was that Sean?
For anybody. Yeah, feel free, hop in.
Well, I'll mention real quick, you know, because in my comments earlier, I talked about the collaborative aspects. One of the features that came out of early work with our membership in STEM Funders Network, and then more specifically with Erica's leadership, was that our grantee communities perhaps have grant writers and development officers, advancement officers, just like institutions might have. But to the extent that they're developing individual relationships, how can we create greater opportunities where their single proposal can be shared more broadly across multiple funders, rather than having to develop those strong, lasting, beyond transactional relationships? And it also means that the cross networking of that could result in where I've had a couple of instances of funding on behalf of Burroughs Wellcome, one aspect of the proposal And where otherwise it would have been a no, we can't support this initiative. But if we join another funder who says we can provide general support, if Boroughs Welcome is going to provide programming support and a corporate funder is going to provide sustainability. So with the three communicating, that creates those kind of ideal scenarios. And we do that with the work that Erica leads. What we consider beyond that, though, because SOA came into the picture, and this is a conversation we've had as a result of our commitment with SOA, is how do the networks then connect with other networks? And we are very interested in that because we shouldn't become complacent that we've broken down silos with a single network. But then we've created a silo with another network. So it is our hope that this engagement at a higher tier with SOA creates the opportunity for multiple networks now to be networked.
Maybe I'll just add, I think building off of what Alfred just his remarks, I also think being able to align on what the North Star is and staying focused on that, and then stripping away the barriers that would get in the way of working cooperatively to advance, to move towards that North Star. I think that's really important. I also think that getting in the mindset, I mean, I'm an experimentalist and I've learned more from experimenting than pontificating. So I think just being able to prototype, be nimble, agile, so that you can, if you align quickly on what the goals are, now you can actually run some experiments and pilot some programs to see what will work and what might not work, and then be innovative. I think this is the time that we really should be challenging our creativity on how we drive the work going forward. And again, I do, going back to Alfred's comment, the language of all, I agree. We have to be thoughtful with that. But I also think that in the world we live in right now, which is so hyperpolarized, that we have to be finding ways to bring us closer together around collective thoughts and needs and shared vision, and then moving ahead and working in that way.
Great, thank you. And Cindy, I want to make sure to not leave you out if you want to jump in on this also.
Yes, thank you. I just have to agree so much with this idea of if you align on purpose, it allows you to move faster, and it takes sometimes a little longer to get there. But I think this is one area where there's so much alignment across different sectors and organizations. And to that point, I think the partnerships, finding the right partners is what's so important, right? When the STEM Opportunity Alliance began, we started with a core group of funders because that is who was within Doris Duke's sphere of reach, right? And those are our peers who we knew, and we could identify who were those who were furthering the work that was in alignment with the STEM Opportunity Alliance before it had a name. But by growing that network, you begin to identify, well, who else is there? And partnership with AAAS, for example, you'll bring a completely different network. So just by doing that, increasing the partnerships, through the partners, you begin to bring other sectors and partnerships that can hopefully align and work together.
Great, thank you. And I want to ask one more question, and then if folks, we're going to turn to you all. So if you want to start thinking about any questions that you might have for the panelists, and even start lining up behind the microphones. I want to, again, in the context of speaking to a room full of society leaders, ask a somewhat brass tacks question that has been plaguing us from the beginning of this work. And the threats to the work, the political and the social and the financial headwinds that we've been talking about, acknowledging all of those. But something that this group has been gnawing on for the better part of 6 years is the elimination of bad actors from the system. And, acknowledging the incentive structure that exists to keep those bad actors within the system. And we've seen some evolution of this. We've seen policies from our government agency colleagues come out in recent years. But I'm curious for each of your thoughts. And again, feel free to jump in. This is not directed at anyone in particular, but in terms of the investigation and findings around and I think each of us who works at a scientific society, we have a list. We know who these people are in our fields. And in many cases, we're powerless as a society to do much about it. So what do you all think about the role of funders in that? And how do you see that evolving in the next 5 or 10 years?
So in September, WePan, who I know is part of your leadership council, they hosted a session and it was focused on empowering the societies that were situated in the room, and a part of that conversation, which also included academic leaders and those who represented philanthropy, both corporate and private. And the discussion was around being gate breakers, right? So to your question about eliminating the bad actors, I think the reality is there's no elimination of the bad actors. They are going to continue to be present. Now, the decision becomes, do you decide to allow, right, the bad actors to continue to take hold and to, kind of bring you into a point of submission? Or do you decide that there are counter activities, right, to at least minimize or even mitigate? But I don't think elimination is necessarily the thought process, because the reality is, to Sean's point, this is not a new right now. I was on a panel last December and someone was like, oh, in the last couple of years, I was like, whoa, we cannot put this in a 2-year time frame, right? Put a 2-year time stamp on this. But in that session around and it was about the societies being the gate breakers, right? So my response to your question is really reiterating and doubling down on some of the things that have already been said. Like when Cindy talked about partnerships, right, or strategic partnerships, I'm constantly reminded in the spaces and places where I have the opportunity to be of how philanthropy isn't necessarily always on the table when someone is thinking solutions, and they should be. Now, I get it, right? Historically, traditionally, we haven't always seen, philanthropy proactively raise its hand to show up and be in the space. But I think times have changed. And particularly since 2020, you've seen a greater shift in the space of philanthropy. Again, I use the word, overt, and I was being very intentional about that because many more in the space have decided we have to be present, right? Visibility is a must, and standing with an organization, standing with you as societies is something that has to happen. So going back to another word from Sean, courage, I would encourage you to have the courage to engage in a conversation with philanthropy that says, we need you at the table with us. Whenever I'm advising grantees, I encourage them, I need you to think beyond the check that you might get from a funder. What are the other strategic aspects to the relationship that should be a part of the conversation? Co-marketing, what Alfred mentioned, are they willing to engage you in their circle? Because yes, philanthropy is still very much a social capital institution, right? So who are they willing to introduce you to? What conversations are they willing to make you a part of? What rooms are they going to take you into? Are they willing to write a story about the relationship? Like any and all of that actually have greater value sometimes beyond the check. But again, organizations, because of the historical aspect, haven't always seen that as an option. So just putting that out there, right? You have the capacity, it may not feel like it, but you have the capacity to be a gate breaker to the bad actors, to really push back. Greg Washington, George Mason president, right? He was in a National Academy session and he was just like, you know, insistent, like there has been this whole anti-DEI moving, referenced a New York Times article where there was just this chronological timeline of things that had happened. And his question to the room was, when do we decide that we're going to push back? So courage to all of you to recognize that philanthropy is here with you, and there are more that are willing to stand with you, perhaps than you even think.
Thank you. Really important. Yeah.
I was just gonna, I want to use my one science metaphor before we go to questions. So I think that you all tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that light is a particle and a wave, right? Is that right? Yeah, thank you. Okay. It's like a contradiction. It's both at the same time. So culture change is also a particle and a wave, right? So culture change happens over time, and it happens at a kind of macro level, right? That takes into account forces that go beyond individuals and beyond individual organizations. But culture change is also a particle, right? Or a group of particles, meaning that we all, as individuals and our organizations, have a responsibility to, given our limited capacity to see and to understand and to be aware, we still have a responsibility as a particle, right, to contribute to that wave. And I think I was struck by Alfred's comment about self-awareness and vulnerability. We have to look at ourselves all the time and ask ourselves, what is it that we are not doing that we need to be doing? And that is not to say that this is not a kind of 1,000 points of light, you know, a sort of argument, right? Like, well, gosh, if we all just do better. At the same time, we all do just have to do better, and our organizations have to take those steps that that they might not otherwise, that we don't necessarily feel comfortable taking. So.
I think we all want to weigh in on this one, and I'll be really, I'll try and be concise. I want to go back. I think elimination is challenging for all the reasons that Erica laid out, but it is also, I'm going to borrow some Shirley Malcolm terminology here on, it's an ecosystem. And when it's an ecosystem, things become very complex. And so I think an opportunity is, how do we start to empower the next generation to be able to take agency and ownership for their own success? And then over time, hopefully you can dilute out the bad actors, because now you're basically you have an influx of people who have just been calibrated differently on their values and culture towards science and science education.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. You know, Erica said, I think it was courage. And I think Sean said culture. Len, I think you were talking through capacity. But what I would encourage societies collectively with the institutions, collectively with the grantee community, and more so with philanthropy, is the C word of cover. I think at this point in time, we definitely need to pull together to provide cover for our champions and our advocates who are subject to taking a step backwards. We've convinced them to face true north, but have we convinced them to walk toward true north? We've convinced them to sit at the table and be a checkbox on representation, but have we given them the voice or empowerment? So when we talk about enrichment, these are the activities. This is that extra in terms of excellence in science, not just being diversity, but in terms of giving the power, relinquishing the power that we hold over the resources that we have, and giving them some say and some voice, which might improve the environment, the culture for which they are starting to grow and develop, to create that change. I think that many of us feel that elimination might be hard, but at some point, those bad actors won't feel welcome or won't have their sense of belonging any longer.
Great. And Cindy, I want to give you a chance to chime in before we go to the crowd here.
Yes, and I'll try to be brief. And I agree that, we at Doris Dukes in particular, we are looking at grantees as partners, right? More than ever, I would say. And one thing that, has been said, the bad actors will always be there, right? And I think our approach has been, we are trying to find where there is energy, the good energy, so that we can harness it and run with it, right? I think that those who are bad actors will be left behind. So we are really not focusing deliberately on the bad actors as much as where's the energy for good change.
Great. Dr. Malcolm.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful comments. I want to go just a second back to our origins story as a consortium. We came about in response to the Academy's report that indicated that we as societies had a role to play in terms of addressing the kind of bad actors that are in the community, and understanding that as a critical part of the ecosystem, there were things that we could do. We were not without our own strategies and our own power. And that's how we came to be. That said, okay, I mean, we had already demonstrated, for example, we had gone through a process at AAAS to figure out how to remove fellowship for our elected fellows, making visible the invisible, the people who were the bad actors, and not letting them be the face of the community. All right, that's what we started. Obviously, in the interim, from starting there, there have been all these things that have popped up. Much more well-funded, well-heeled pushback, and really distorting the reasons why we do what we do. Meaning that we have to take on these roles because these are people who are entrusted with the enterprise, and they train students and those postdocs that you were talking about, and those graduate students and those undergraduates and those K-12 students who come into the institution. All of them end up there. So if they end up there with some bad actors, we lose some serious talent. Okay. And that means that we could end up not solving problems or not having good science because people have left the room because they're not going to put up with that. I've raised the question of collective messaging and much more. How can we, through collective messaging, begin to explain to people why we do what we do? This isn't just about counting bodies or representation. It isn't just about a lot of these things that people claim it's about who are not in the community. It's really about the survival of the community and the survival of the work. But how do we reclaim that when we just don't have the resources, and we don't have the partnerships yet, though we can do that? But I think that's who's going to speak up? Where are the voices that really can explain the work and the enterprise and why we have to speak up?
You want us to answer that question, right? I mean, absolutely, right? To what Dr. Malcolm is saying. And let me start let me go back to what's been mentioned several times. My hope, or let me phrase it like that. My hope is that one of the outcomes of the STEM Opportunity Alliance is that it becomes a place where that happens, right? It becomes a place where that collective voice, that consistent and synergistic messaging occurs because there's strength and power in what's represented in that collective. Not being transparent, I think there's still opportunity to see that come to fruition. But my hope is that that's a place where that occurs. But like Alfred has mentioned relative to STEM Funders Network specifically, we're also, and many of our funders are in parallel, right? Are active participants in STEM Opportunity Alliance. But for those who are not, and they have landed in the space of STEM Funders Network, hopeful that that too is a place, like I mentioned, his request to the group in April was that this needs to be a place of air coverage very much for the perspective of one voice, right? One strong voice. Because, to your point, Andrew, this is a group just based on, they all, again, have varying portfolios, but just based on what they invest in from a STEM education cradle to career perspective is also a $2 billion portfolio if you look at how and where they're investing their dollars. So strengthening the group, since he's in the room, and I would have said it whether he was in the room or not, I do want to give thanks to Art because he showed up for our April meeting to help create that empowerment to a group of funders who some were scared and some still are, right? So even deciding to join in on that voice was not an immediate decision for everyone. But he provided enlightenment and perspective so that this group could decide, how do we come together? How do we bring this collective voice? But absolutely, and yes, ma'am, to what you're asking, what you're saying.
I want, recognizing that we're now the only thing standing between y'all and lunch, we're gonna do two quick. Jamie, we'll start with you and then go down to the other end of the room and then we'll wrap up.
Thanks, Andrew, and thank you to this great panel for all that you've said. I want to add to what Shirley, Dr. Malcolm said about our origins. And one of the aspects of our origins was the recognition that societies, and I will say, I think foundations are in the same position, have particular strength of influence around the kinds of actions that we want to see, because we both define and reward excellence. And the way we define and reward excellence matters as far as the conduct as well as the actual sort of output. And also, whether we are driving people out of the field or whether we are including people in the field. And that goes both to our inner working, our own activities, but it also goes to those that we recognize. And so I'm very, very, I think one of the things that really resonates to me about this panel is that all of you have focused on the importance of collective action, of cooperation, collaboration, and doing what each of us can do based on our particular capacity. And I asked the panel, and maybe, I don't know if you can answer this right now, but it's a good thing to think about for both foundations and societies. How could we work together really uniquely as the foundation community and a society community to make the best use of our influence, taking into account very much what Alfred raised about not using our power in a way that is counter to what we are supporting, but rather how can we use our power and influence to support it. So if you have initial thoughts, love to hear them, but I just wanted to plant that question for the future.
Thanks, Jamie. Let's go down here and then we'll see if we can wrap with any closing
So
comments.
I'm so grateful for your engagement because it is such a hard time. And so I'm so grateful to the panel. I will bring one perspective that everyone here already knows I bring, and that is the targets of harassment who are in academia, the young people who are suffering from it now. I was in the room when the announcement of HHMI funding withdrawal with targets from a particularly high profile case. Where someone actually did have their funding withdrawn as a result of, egregious, ongoing, long-term, convicted harassment, right? And they wept. So I do think there's a place where there's power, there's money. I do think there is a place for some immediate relief to that. I see the future, and it is this partnership you speak of, and it is crucial and vital that we go there. But you have the money, you have the power.
Is there any plan to try and I know we won't eliminate it, but the occasional bad actor out of the scene, like, the documentary that came out and that resulted in one other scientist losing his, because of that. I mean, is that off the table based on what you say? Like, we're never going to eliminate those people from funding anymore, because I can only tell you that the women, the young, mostly women that I know, wept for joy. And when that person did not get another faculty position easily because of people were empowered to speak out against it. They're not empowered because they're so afraid to not have funding for their research, for their science, for their labs. So that's my question is, can we do a little of that along with the big picture? Because there are some bad actors out there that are identified, convicted, known. So.
Can I answer to that just very quickly?
Yeah. Thanks, Cindy.
Yeah, so absolutely agree with you, that there are bad actors there right now. And where I think that we have some leverage as funders is with the leadership, perhaps collective leverage, not as individual leaders, as individual philanthropies, with the leadership of academic institutions, right? Because we see a bad actor end in one place, but they will be taken in by another place, right? Or we see another funder stepping in and saying, well, I will provide the funding. So I think it's more about what is that collective signal we send to the leadership of the organizations so that we can be synergistic.
Great. Thank you. Any very fast one sentence?
I would just mention real quickly, I'm concerned about the points that were made only because, let me say this, I support the points that were made, but we have to remember also the formal processes. And that puts us in a position of seeking information in a more formal way. And determining how do we then feel good about protecting and defending rather than just the vulnerability alone. So I would say that the point I think Cindy made in terms of how we collectively share information, make sure the right information is being passed along continuously. We need an information bank to know that we all have observed or seen something that we all need to react to and be consistent in our messaging. So I think it's threaded through a lot of strategies, whether it's the harassment or the inequities. We've got to be one voice going forward in this space. And the more of a repository that we have, a central area, we do so well at data warehousing, where our efforts around these key elements where we need to stand together.
Real quick, if you go to our site, so I'm not telling you anything that isn't out there, like we have this mantra, right? The power of positive influence. And we talk about our statement refers to how this is an organization that has the capacity to influence. So we have a recognition of that. And now we're just trying to lean into it and to really evolve to be representative of the statement that we've already put out there. So let's just say it's aspirational. But I'll also say this in terms of as a follow-up to the April session that we had, Art and I started having a conversation of how can Ed Council and the STEM Funders Network work to bring forth, right, content perspective that could use specifically to the point that you made in the question and the charge really that you gave to us. We are thinking very thoughtfully about that, right, because we recognize regardless of how long the challenges have been out there, we are in, right, we are in a time frame where just real reaction and real engagement and I ideally being proactive going forward, we can really start to mitigate. We really can start to minimize. Dilute was a great way of, that Blanton described as well, right? But this would be the first time in STEM Funders Network's 12-year history that we would be in partnership with an organization like Ed Council, but it's because we recognize the need and we recognize the prioritization that has to happen so that the empowerment can happen amongst all of us. So just wanted to put that out there in terms of that.
Thank you all so much. This has been a great kickoff conversation. Lunch, as Billy mentioned, is just outside here. You can eat here, you can eat anywhere. It is rooftop season in Washington, so take advantage of that, I think. And we will be back here at 1 p.m. Eastern for a discussion with our federal agency partners. So thank you all again, and thank you.
Be in my scratch notes.
Nice to see you. How are you? Good to see you.
I got Shirley up here in front. She's gonna get me in trouble. No, I'm just. I know people are slow to migrate back, especially when they've gone outside to the roof. Uh-oh, Felice, you're giving me that look. I'm in trouble. I got Shirley and Felice up here. Sorry. All right, we'll just give another minute or two for people to migrate back from lunch. Hopefully you had a great opportunity to network and see old friends and meet new colleagues. We'll get started in about a minute or two. Parents always wonder why I'm so broken. Just waiting for you to give me the go. All right, Mike and James. Come up. We'll go ahead. We'll get started. All right, welcome back from lunch, everyone. How was it? Was it good? All right. So we have the daunting task of being that post-lunch conversation, but I don't think it'll be challenging because when I tell you about our panelists, I think it will be something that will energize you as well as your time outside if you were able to go out on the rooftop. So it is my pleasure to welcome you back to our afternoon plenary, Empowering Change, the Role of Federal Leadership in Shaping a Stronger and More Inclusive Future in STEM. My name is Yvette Seeger. I am the Chief Science Policy and Workforce Development Officer at the Federation of American Societies for Experimental Biology, or FASIB. So glad to be here. And my time with the Societies Consortium has been since outside day one. I remember convening at AAAS when we were thinking about this great idea, and it's been wonderful to be a part of the convening ever since, both as moderator and coordinator, and working with the great Education Council team. So really excited to welcome you here for year 6. So in this session, we will be talking about the role of federal agencies in driving change within the STEM ecosystem. And we'll talk about how federal leadership is shaping policies, programs, and initiatives that are building a more robust and inclusive future for STEM fields. And we are pleased to be joined by 2 of those leaders today. We have Dr. James Moore, the Assistant Director for the Director for STEM Education, or EDU, at the National Science Foundation. And we have Dr. Michael Lauer, the Deputy Director for Extramural Research at the National Institutes of Health, and his acronym is OER. So I have a tendency to slip into my acronyms of EDU and OER. So now I have defined those acronyms. Unfortunately, we had a third speaker, Kei Koizumi, which I am sure many of you know. He was called to another detail today and was unable to join us, but he was the Principal Deputy Director for Science, Society, and Policy at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Sends his regrets, but you know, White House calls, and I think both of our panelists understand that as well. So without further ado, I will go ahead and get started. We have about a little under an hour for this conversation. I certainly have some questions for our panelists, but again, it's meant to be a discussion, hence the format of seated next to each other. But we will kick off with the first question of, we're going to start lofty here. What is your vision for a stronger, more inclusive STEM ecosystem? And what is your agency's role in achieving that? So arm wrestle.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be in your midst, and thank you for all the work that you all do on behalf of your organizations. What makes NSF an enabler to engage in important scientific inquiry, discovery, as well as innovation is through collaborations. And so at the core of what we do is funding people and ideas. And we want to make sure that we fund the right people and the right ideas to realize our noble vision and mission. And so to describe a little bit about the Directorate for STEM Education, formerly the Directorate for Education and Human Resources, for those who, I didn't have anything to do with the name change. It was going downstream and I just signed off on it. But let me just say that we're a cross-cut directorate. And what does that mean to you? We have a vertical focus and we have a horizontal focus. And that horizontal focus is the linchpin that connects all the other directorates, 8 directorates total. We just created a new directorate called Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships. It is a close cousin of the Directorate for STEM Education because it's a cross-cut. It focuses on technology, innovation, and partnerships. And what that means is we don't get so myopic around the particular STEM area. We pivot accordingly based on what are the needs of the nation. So the vertical focus, that's the horizontal focus. Our vertical focus is that we're the largest entity in the federal government, arguably even within the private sector that funds educational research. If you blew up IES and EDU, you basically wipe out a significant part of educational research. And we focus on every junction of education, as well as formal and informal. So one of the big things that one of my priorities is, and it connects to our agency priority, is creating opportunities everywhere. How can educational research be an enabler catalyze opportunities. As we know, across America, one of our grand challenges is ensuring that every individual has access to quality teachers, curricula, experiences, and opportunities within the STEM ecosystem. I had the privilege to go to New York City, spend some time with teachers all across every borough. And from my understanding at Brooklyn Tech, they have 10 plus physics teachers. I could drive in Ohio and Wisconsin probably for 8, 10 hours, and I might be hard pressed to find 2 physics teachers, right? And so we know talent exists everywhere, but opportunity does not prevail. And a big thrust of part of my priorities is how do we use educational research to close the gap? How do we develop technologies that advance teaching and learning? And that could be AI, machine learning, et cetera, et cetera. We know that federal funds can be a driver and can transform education. There are many curricula that I could describe. We've invested, we were one of the early investors in Sesame Street, the yellow school bus, the internet, many of these things. We done our directorate, the Graduate Research Fellowship Program, but we recognize, I'll close on this because I don't want to be too long-winded because I want to make sure I entertain some questions. Our Graduate Research Fellowship Program is arguably one of the oldest fellowship programs in the country, and it's going to produce over 40 different Nobel laureates. In fact, this year, one of the recipients of the chemistry Nobel Prize winner was a former GRFP. Last year's chemistry, 2 of the 3 were GRFP. One of the Google founders. So this is a little darling. We fund about 8,000 students. We give them 5 years to spend 3 years of funding. So we know talent is there. We get about 14,000 applications, but we can only fund about 2,000. And they come from some of the best and most influential institutions in the country. So funding is a big driver. And what people don't know, NSF FIRST program, we are known for our research enterprise, but we started out as a workforce development entity. GRFP was the first program. And then on May 10th, 2025, we'll celebrate 75 years of our existence. And if you read CHIPS and Science Act, and you read the original National Defense Act of 1958, the nomenclature is very similar, that we need to cultivate talent. It's almost like, what did we learn in 75 years? Because we keep doing the same thing. And here we are in this crossroads, except the difference is one of my priorities is focusing on rural America. And thinking about how do we enable opportunities, because that's one of the few legislations when we think about STEM outside of U.S. Department of Education and USDA and perhaps NIH. We haven't really underscored rural America, even though we have funded lots of projects. And in fact, one of the things I'm excited about next month, we're taking our AC meeting on the road, and we're going to be in the Delta region of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. We have about 35 program officers. We're going to be there for a whole entire week. We're going to have an AC meeting. OSTP going to be there, U.S. Department of Education. We hopeful the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we believe collaboration and partnering is going to be a driver for us to move some of our activities at speed and scale. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Lauer.
So I want to echo James. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here, and that's amazing what you're doing. So I guess I'll speak about this from a different angle. So NIH, as you know, it's a large agency for funding biomedical research. We fund about $45 billion worth of research every year. Most of it is extramural. There's been an interest at NIH leadership throughout multiple administrations in increasing and improving and enhancing the inclusivity of our workforce. We actually have an Office of Scientific Workforce Diversity currently being led by Dr. Marie Bernard. We also have a division of biomedical research workforce currently being led by Dr. Erica Boone. There are multiple initiatives across the agency to enhance research capacity, particularly amongst institutions that are generally less well resourced. Also to explore the climate within research is being conducted. There are a number of capacity building programs. I'll just mention three places that you might want to take a look. One is the Office of Scientific Workforce Diversity, or the Chief Officer of Scientific Workforce Diversity, COSWD. That website has a lot of interesting and important information there. We've had since the December of 2020 a program called Unite, and this is an effort to address problems brought on by systemic racism across biomedical research, extramural, intramural, amongst NIH staff. There has been a tremendous amount of work that has been done, a number of new programs that have been launched. So if you look up NIH Unite, UNITE, that stands for something. I'm not quite sure what. I know the E stands for extramural.
I'll have one of my colleagues Google it for you.
Yeah, it's fine. We have issued a number of progress reports of various efforts that have been underway. I'll also mention those you might look upon as the positive efforts, and then I'll also mention another important area that we deal with, and one of the major threats to inclusivity in the workforce is the phenomenon of harassment and discrimination. So my very first day that I took on my current job as Deputy Director for Extramural Research at NIH, that was October of 2015. That was more than 9 years ago. And I was asked about what is NIH doing about sexual harassment? And I had no clue. I knew very little about sexual harassment, maybe I'd read about in the newspapers. I essentially knew absolutely nothing about it. Unfortunately, today, 9 years later, I actually know a fair amount. In 2018, the National Academies put out a seminal report on sexual harassment in higher education, biomedical research. They did a very detailed literature review. One of their findings, if you want to call it a finding, was already known, but one of the key points that they made is that unfortunately, this is a highly prevalent problem. And depending upon how you look at it, could be anywhere from 20 to 50% of women have experienced sexual harassment or gender discrimination in some way, shape, or form during the course of their careers. And so then in 2019, the NIH director, Francis Collins, set up a special working group to look at ways in which the agency could address sexual harassment. And so we have our office, the Office of Extramural Research, we have engaged in addressing these problems. We have now handled about 900 individual cases. We have ways in which we can find out about problems. We have a web form, we have an email address, we have other ways in which we can learn about what's been going on. Since I think 2022, maybe it was 2022, Congress gave us the authority to require institutions to inform our agency when faculty have been disciplined because of problems related to harassment, discrimination, retaliation, or hostile work environment. So this has increased the volume of work that we're doing. So we're trying to we're being much more proactive in dealing with harassment cases. It takes up a tremendous amount of our time. We are hopeful that this is in some way changing the culture. And we're also very pleased that professional societies around the country are taking this issue very seriously and are taking their own steps and in some cases working directly with us to to improve this. I'm sure we'll get into more details during the discussion.
Yeah, no. So thank you both for kicking off the conversation. And Mike, I'll go back to you because I know you. Well, I'm sure both of you love data, but how are you using at your agencies data and other accountability measures to track your progress towards your goals to enhance inclusion, diversity, and inclusion at your agencies? And Mike, I'm sure you just ended with what you talked about in tracking sexual harassment. I think that's a big deal that now it's become more commonplace that the agencies are doing those regular reports. But 5-6 years ago, that wasn't the case, even though part of it was that the data didn't exist. And what have you been doing to collect that information and exchange it with the community? So I've thrown about 10 questions into one, as I am wont to do, but tell us about data and how you're tracking your efforts.
So there already is extensive data on workforce diversity and scientific output. We've hosted conferences and we've hosted scientists to share some of the work that has been done. There's been this outstanding work that's been done in various different, using various different techniques that demonstrates that diverse teams lead to better discoveries, more discoveries, and more outstanding discoveries. And I don't really think that's controversial anymore. I mean, the question is, what do you do about it? But nonetheless, I think the evidence there is quite strong. And we're also in various ways that we can looking for ways in which we can demonstrate the output and the successes of our various programs. Now, harassment is difficult because it's difficult to measure this. Just like measuring scientific misconduct, it's not like you can go around and say, all right, everybody here has committed scientific misconduct, please raise your hand and we'll count it up. So there are a variety of techniques that are out there. We have instituted climate surveys within our own agency. And we've had at least a couple that agency-wide climate surveys in which we essentially ask everybody to participate. And I have helped to a very minimal degree in getting those set up, and I've also participated in those surveys. And so we use those data to help us understand some of the challenges that we have within the agency. We have set up an office called Civil, CIVIL, which deals with harassment and discrimination concerns. This is complementary to our EDI office and the EEO office, and they maintain a lot of data about the experiences that they're having. So we're also looking at data as well. We try to link the data that we have on our harassment cases, and like I said, we've got now over 900, and we link that to grants data and other kinds of data to help us better understand the nature of the ecosystem. Not surprisingly, a big part of the problem is the way science or some parts of science are structured. When you have a small laboratory and there's a person who's in charge, and that one person who's in charge is essentially an absolute monarch and has a tremendous amount of control over the trajectory of the people who work there, their technicians, their students, their postdocs. It's a setup for problems. Very different than, let's say, the kind of research training I went through. I trained at the Framingham Heart Study. There were dozens of people whom I met every single day. So I'm not saying that they had no problems. I don't recall ever, I wasn't involved with any problems. I don't recall it, but there's just a tremendous amount of interaction going on amongst a diverse group of people through the course of an ordinary working day. Very different than most of our basic science laboratories, which are set up in a different way. And that's a big part of what the nature of the problem is. So these are some of the ways in which we're trying to use data to better understand the nature of the problem and to communicate it.
Dr. Moore?
Sure. We have many of the same offices and protocols that are aligned. I can tell you, you know, my nature is to look at data because I mean that's, you know, I think I have the third largest budget in the agency, but there are a lot of statutes. It's not as much autonomy as people would think in comparison to the other directorates. If you're familiar with the budget process, I always know what EDU's budget is because it says EDU. But the other directorates, for the most part, it comes under research related activities. So they tend to have a little bit more autonomy than I do. And what I like to do with data is shatter myths and share realities. And let people look behind the curtain. And so, for example, there are some specific targets outlined in CHIPS and Science. And those CHIPS and Science targets are, we have to meet certain thresholds for F-score states, those states that bring in less than $50 million a year in federal funds. And last year was 16.5%. This year is 17. And by 2026, I think we have to be up to 20%. For some of the other directors, that's going to be hard. For my director to kind of give you a sense, I'm afraid because I'm scared that we might reach saturation because last year my directorate spent $184 million. We were second in the agency, and the office that coordinates it spent about 60 million more than we did. So 48% of all funds that go to F-score states comes out of our directorate. When you look at HBCUs, we monitor that because those things are a constant. We spend 52%, all funds go to HBCUs come from our directorate. 80% of funds that go to T-Cup come out of our directorate. And it increased from last year, 60% of the funds that go to Hispanic serving institutions come out of our directorate. So if you abolish EDU, many of those entities will be impacted. We have what we call an agency priority goals that we're monitoring around PIs and institutions. And EDU, we're doing a good job, but we're not doing a good enough job. Now, some would say that's a good thing because we're meeting those thresholds. And in my opinion, it's not a good thing because it should be dispersed all across the other directorates. And there's a challenge, but you can't hide. Data tells a story, right? And it's important. It's my way of, all I have to do is put the image on the PowerPoint and I don't have to put no narration. It tells the story without me saying anything. However, I recognize each and every year for the agency to meet those priority goals, we're going to have to do something different. And some of it is embedded that it will happen natural because I like to think it's a part of our ethos. It's who EDU is. It's the people that we hire. And the other piece is that sometimes we hear across other directors say, well, we have the domain knowledge, right? And I like to shatter those myths is because if you talk about convergence, interdisciplinary work, there's no more discipline. I mean, I have more disciplines. I have pure mathematicians, computer scientists, educational research and measurement people. I have it all compared to others. And almost anything that you can think about, I have the people who have that expertise. However, that's not true in the other directors. And what I've learned, you don't have to wave the wand. Even when you look at internal data, when you look at diversity of leadership, because that's another metric that the chief diversity officer, and by the way, we didn't have a chief diversity officer until CHIPS and Science. They put in law that we had to have a chief diversity officer. Unfortunately, we're losing the person because they're going to DOD, but we'll see what happens. But when you look at what I've learned, when you do some of these things, you don't have to get behind the lectern and say, hey, we want to do these things, because I have the most diverse leadership team. And I never had to say anything, primarily because there's a healthy enthusiasm for the work that we're trying to do. And people see that we work collaborative. Now, we deserve to be critiqued. No, like everyone, you give them a PhD or a doctorate, that's going to come along with it. But data is the way that we get to make decisions. Sometimes, let me say this. You know, I put a work group together because we changed our name. Now, normally, you know, not that I tend to be a purist sometime in some things, and my wife lets me know that you don't have to do it just like the book tell you to do it, right? But I said that's how good research, that's how you replicate research, is having. But anyway, we changed our name, and normally I'm used to, at least at the university, we do a SWOT analysis, we get data, we do a process. I'm not saying we didn't do it, but it wasn't like what I was accustomed to. And so, because normally when you go through the exercise, that dictates whether you're going to change the name, with our vision, our mission, values. And so I put a group afterwards together to see if we needed to revisit our values. Well, we didn't have a set of values in the directorate, but vision and our mission. I didn't really know, but it was just anecdotal. But I put this group together, and we did an exercise collecting data. And it was, for those who participated, over 40, and it was almost everybody in the room. We had probably 150. We got about 200 total employees in the directorate. And I say about 150 face-to-face and online. 40-something%, high 40-something% didn't see themselves, the work that they do, in the current vision and mission statement. That just kind of blew me away. And so we revised our vision and mission, and you'll see it. And it was a process. You needed data to be able to do these things. And I didn't want to be one of those leaders that you come in and you make a lot of change, because if you ain't got no outcomes, they'll run you out of NSF. I wanted to make sure that what I was thinking, the working hypotheses that I had in my mind, that we had a process to either confirm or deconfirm these things. Disconfirm.
Great. All right. Well, you can see we have we have a ton of ideas already coming out of our two speakers. So, I'm trying to ping off of the information that you all have given me, which is going to scare Ed and Louisa, because they have given me a lovely list of questions, and I'm going to do what Yvette is known to do. But I will stick to some of it for a little bit. But, as you've both been speaking, you talk about the initiatives at your agencies, guided by your leaders, Dr. Cordova at NSF and Dr. Collins initially at NIH. And so you were joined by leaders of scientific societies. And so part of what we do as scientific societies is we're working together. Hey, what have you done well? What has worked for you? What hasn't worked for you? Could you tell us a little bit about interagency collaborations and how you've been able to learn from other agencies? I would say the two of you represent leading agencies, but could you tell us about how interagency collaborations have been successful, and what lessons you've been able to apply, or what things make you crazy? And I probably have one for Mike, because you are two different entities, that there are things that NSF can do that NIH can't necessarily do. So whichever one of you wants to pick that up first, I'm happy to have you pick up that thread.
All right, so let me talk about what drives us crazy. By the way, we have a fantastic working relationship with NSF. I personally work quite closely with Rebecca Kaiser on a number of issues of common interest. We also work very closely with Gene Feldman, whom many of you may know. We've also engaged in various data sharing discussions as well. So we have a really terrific working relationship, and if anything, that has grown over the years. So what drives us crazy? And I think this is common, not just for, not for us, but for other federal agencies that are interested in this as well. And this is the phenomenon of scientists who engage in some form of bad behavior. It could be scientific misconduct, it could be harassment, any kind of problematic behavior. And what happens is that they get into trouble at their home institution, but their home institution is eager to get rid of the problem. They also are not particularly interested in getting entangled in litigation. So what happens is that there's a non-disclosure agreement or something along those lines that is set up, whereby the scientist will resign from the institution, and in exchange for that, everything is clean. So any professional misconduct investigation comes to an end. Technically, there are no findings, and the institution agrees that they're not going to talk to anybody. Then what happens is that the scientist moves on to another institution. Institution B thinks that they have made an incredible recruit. You know, they have, and as part of this recruit, they're bringing in sometimes millions of dollars of federal grant money. And we're kind of stuck because we know what's happening. And yet our ability to prevent that type of thing from happening is limited for a variety of reasons. Now, sometimes these cases come to light in the press. There have been some particularly horrendous cases. And then, of course, you know, we are pilloried for not doing anything, and we just stood by and twiddled our thumbs while all these awful things were happening. So this for us is a really big problem. I want to call out a couple of groups that are doing some really very good work. One is AAU. And by the way, if others are involved with this and I'm just forgetting, please forgive me. But AAU has put out an effort to say that they will, to the best of their ability, continue professional misconduct investigations even after a faculty member leaves their institution. And as much as possible, and that's a key caveat, they will share information with others who have a need to know. So I think this is something that I would like to call out. Then another group I want to call, and they've given me permission to do this, is the University of Maryland. I don't know if there's anybody here from the University of Maryland. The University of Maryland has set up an interesting procedure. If you're being considered for an employment position at the University of Maryland and you make it to the short list, you're asked to fill out a form. And on this form, you're asked explicitly whether or not you are or have been subject to investigation for some kind of a problem, misconduct, some kind of professional violation. And if so, then you have to explain what it actually is. And if you indicate that no, you're not under any kind of investigation, and then later on it turns out that you were, then that would be grounds for an employment action. So I've had the opportunity to be in touch with leadership at the University of Maryland. They have given us permission to talk about this publicly. About 200 institutions get about 90% of the NIH money. And whether that is or not is a good thing, that's something we could talk about. But if those 200 institutions were to take up this same practice, this would make a huge dent in our ability to deal with the problem, because now it would make it much more difficult for people to basically jump ship as a way of getting away from their issues. And it would also make it much easier for us to have better control and oversight over research. This is what I have to tell you, this takes up an enormous amount of our time, and it is exceedingly frustrating. And it's every day, if you were to ask me, I could recite to you a number of ongoing cases that we have in which we are dealing with this pass the rogue or pass the harasser or past the miscreant. where they're being passed on from one institution to another. So I very much urge you to take a look at what University of Maryland is doing and think about, I don't see any reason why other institutions could not do exactly the same. And also why professional societies, I would urge professional societies to look at this and encourage their members to engage in a similar kind of, what I'll call a really good practice.
And before we get to Dr. Moore, I just want to point out the first session tomorrow will feature the consortium's pilot of the ethical transparency tool, or ETT, that's aiming to do just that. Because just like the NASM report, when everyone was like 319 pages of we finally saw everything that we knew laid out, I think it's having these tools available so that the information that we all know about and can whisper aside to each other can be made more transparent, so that you can prevent that passing the harasser. So with that, Dr. Moore, I will let you respond.
Yeah. Well, I just want to just say one thing that Dr. Cordova, she was the director. Now Dr. Punchanathan is our director for the agency. And one of the things that, and perhaps is because he was a former senior vice president of research, partnerships, collaborations, and teaming are major thrust of his administration. And so there's a high expectation that we will partner with other agencies, industries, nonprofits. Coming here, it was very comfortable for me because it just seemed like it's the fundraising mode, right? One of our partners is the U.S. Department of Education, and it makes sense. And there have been reports that IES and NSF should collaborate more. I'm proud. We just recently made an announcement for a major research center that focus on young elementary science. We believe leveraging our human and financial resources give us greater capability to move innovation at speed and scale. We have lots of partnerships with industry, with Intel, Micron. What's so exciting about some of these industries, because I didn't really understand why are we collaborating with these companies, and it's like we're the federal government. We run out of money, we just print more money. That's just a joke. That's a joke, but nevertheless,
Cut that from the transcript.
we just it gives us an opportunity to collaborate and leverage these our human capital and financial capital in ways to fund more people and more ideas. And what's so exciting about a company like Micron, we got them interested in teacher education and proliferating STEM teachers, which is not something that we commonly find from these industries because they recognize they're looking for workforce development. And so we collaborate with philanthropy, Gates, Walton, Smith's Futures. In the largest, maybe 6 months ago, I went to Rice University and made an announcement. It was the largest research infrastructure mid-scale for an educational project in the history of our agency, $90 million. And it's supposed to introduce to the world a more feasible way to do robust research without compromising the identities of minors. And we're really excited about this project. And EDU, we've never had to budget for infrastructure facilities, but this will be the first project. And there's a healthy buzz about this project. And I like to say it was enabled through collaboration with those three nonprofit organizations. Let me just say that what have I learned? Because it seemed like I'm on every work group committee. Not that I'm that good, but I wish I could clone myself because I'm invited. And what I have walked away with, when we talk about workforce development, I haven't seen anybody come up with anything different. What we talk about advanced manufacturing, AI, semiconductor, microelectronics, or whether we talk about broadband. I'm like, we all should just be in the same room. And we outline a plan for workforce development across a different areas. Because I haven't seen anything that anyone put forth. And I'll get to the point now, I feel like I'm more of a seasoned vet. And when reports come out, I ask people, you mean to tell me if we do these things that you recommend in this report, we're going to be able to do X? And nobody can raise their hands. Right. And so I haven't seen anything quite innovative yet. And I'm not sure if innovation is the right word, is the will to see it through and some of the efforts. We, beyond the report, we put so much energy in the report, but I don't know if we put a lot of emphasis in actually implementation of some of these activities. That's my frustration because my time is finite. Only have 4 years in this role and you want to get some things done. Because you never know when Ohio State going to change their mind about me being here. And that happens sometimes. So I just wish we could do a better way. And the other thing is I'm the co-chair for the federal coordination of STEM education. And Punch is one of the co-chairs for CoSTEM. And a lot of that stuff, what I've learned a lot about different agencies, and I won't say an agency name because, but I'm just saying what we do at NSF, it is our bread and butter. We give money away, right? But in some of the larger agencies who might have 3 or 4 times the budget, giving money away is just a small portion of what they do. And what I learned in the process, you expect more, even though sometimes their budgets some are low and some are very high. You expect that they have the human capacity to be able to deliver on the work. And actually, in many ways, they're like boutiques. Some of our programs are bigger than their whole operation. And then when we ask them to do certain things as a collective federal government, because as is in statute, we're required to do that, a strategic plan. And some of the things that I'm quite blown away that we've been asking them to do certain things for 15, 20 years, because it goes back to your question around data. And some of it is these small boutiques don't have the bandwidth to do what the outside looking in, you all should do this, you mandated to do this. They just don't have the bandwidth to do it. And so what I'm trying to do, I said, if we can't do it in EDU, it probably can't be done. Because we have more personnel and we tend to have that kind of personnel with that kind of training. We probably have, in most cases, more educational researchers who understand it. So we're trying to outline, and guess what? We're not what we're supposed to. I want to say that, but we're working with developing a path forward for getting to that place.
Great. And I know the comment about bandwidth certainly resonated with me and having spoken with many of the people in the room, bandwidth is a common problem. You know what you want to achieve. You don't necessarily have all the resources or the solutions. I know we're at about 10 minutes left, and I know we probably have questions. I see Ed, and there are probably questions from online. I will defer to all of you and your fabulous questions so that Ed stops worrying about what I'll ask next.
No worries at all. Greetings, everyone. Doctors Lauer and Moore, thanks again. We had a question come in from the chat, and this is directed to you, Dr. Lauer. I'm wondering if you could talk about the data that comes into NIH from institutions that you mentioned earlier and where it goes, whether to other entities, decision makers, et cetera, after it comes in from the institutions to your office. And just speak kind of generally about what you do and how you decide, I guess, to make decisions based on the data that you collect.
Okay, well, we collect vast amounts of data as part of the general grant application process, and it really depends on the specifics. Much of the data stays with us. and is used for either making decisions about what grants to fund or to make decisions about the specifics of the oversight of those particular grants. We also do share data with other agencies, some of which we're required to do. So we do share data with Congress. We share data with the public through our Reporter and Report website. We share data with the government writ large because much of our data then feeds usaspending.gov through a variety of routes in between. In some cases where there are concerns about compliance, where compliance could potentially lead to concerns about violations of civil rights or violations of law, or scientific misconduct, or violation of human subject protection rules, we do share with other agencies. So for example, our harassment cases, we do share that information in a very practical way with the Office of Civil Rights and DHHS. Similarly, misconduct, we have a very strong working relationship, and we share information with the Office of Research Integrity. When we are concerned about possible violations of law, either civil or criminal, we work through our Office of the Inspector General, and they may or may not then share data with the Department of Justice. This represents a very small percentage of our overall portfolio. So under certain circumstances, we will share data with other agencies. It all goes through very standard SOPs for how we would do that, to make sure that we're following appropriate process and we're not making any decisions in any kind of arbitrary or capricious way.
Hi, Doctor.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
I'm
he beat
sorry.
you to it. I got you.
Okay, no problem.
Hi there. My question's for Dr. Moore. I also just wanted to share, I know you highlighted the GRF program, and as a queer they, them from rural America and a GRF recipient, you got me to this room today, so thank you. So my question is regarding data collection. You highlighted how important it is, and I was wondering what data collection and reporting and monitoring is being done regarding statements of broader impacts within NSF grants. I know, right, broader impacts and intellectual merit, very large components of granting, as they relate to training and teaching STEM students. So my antidote here is, if a faculty member writes in their grant, my broader impact is I'm going to create a course that's going to teach this, what kind of reporting and follow-up is actually happening regarding those statements?
Well, thank you. You are one of the many shining stars. We want to replicate you all across America.
There's a lot of cloning going on at this meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me just say, right now, Broader Impacts has been examined closely. Dr. Wanda Ward on the board is leading that charge. There's a lot of tension around that, around broader impacts and its importance. Let me just say, from my observation, I'm not saying it's widespread, but it does exist within the agency and outside of the agency. Some put a premium on one versus the other. Certainly I have my own views, but, and I've shared some of them, but I won't care to share them right now because they ain't approved. But nevertheless, I will say that a lot of the reporting is left up to the program officer in the annual reports. Unfortunately, sadly, I would say that some program officers maybe hold you to the fire, and some might be enamored with only the intellectual merit. In my personal opinion, intellectual merit, there's an intellectual merit within broader impacts, right? But we've teased them out. But broader impacts for me, for EDU, it has to be significant. I think it needs to be significant for the whole agency, but it has to be significant, or we'll never reach what we say the missing millions of STEM. We'll never be able to make STEM education accessible to rural America and other parts of the country if we don't have mechanisms that we can translate into practice, implementation science. And you'll see within our directorate, I'm very proud, it's one of the CHIPS and Science. It was authorized. And every time I talk to someone, a part of this group, they catch me and pull me to the side. I knew that that was something important, but it was important to me, but I just couldn't share because we can't share until it comes out. I'm very proud that what was embedded in CHIPS and Science is a translation transformation center. And right now we have out on the street right now solicitation that we're going to resource center that is going to focus on that. Is very important. And what we hear from communities, particularly teachers in rural America, we hear about all these fabulous curricula and tools that is being enabled through NSF funding. One, we don't know how to access them. Two, are they applicable to our student populations? And so that was something that resonated. In the agency, you'll hear people talk about curiosity research. I think if I said curiosity research in my role, somebody would escort me out of the building. They don't expect education to be curiosity. They want it to be translated. They want it to be applied to practice, policy, and they don't want it to sit on the shelf for a very long time. But the other piece that came out of the National Academy in their critical examination of IES and said that, that they needed to do more knowledge mobilization. They needed to do work that was applicable. I just took IES out of it when I read their report and put EDU. And so when I first got here, we did some dear colleague letters that asked the community, what are the best way to mobilize knowledge, to make sure that knowledge gets to the people who can benefit the most from it. And so we got that. We got something else that we're working on. I want the community to know that we're responsive. And when you give us feedback, we try to take it in and we wanted to roll it in. But it's not just doing research. Research is important, but we have to have a better hand in its dissemination and some of the most vulnerable, under-resourced communities in the country. And so we started with K-12, but I hope to see by the time my time is up that it'll be K to gray.
Great, thank you. Patience, did you have a question? And then we'll wrap up with yours.
I did. I have a question for Dr. Lawler, following up on your example about the scientists who resigned before there was a finding. I'm part of a scientific membership organization, and we do a professional conduct and disclosure. And so whether there's a finding or not, we ask about their involvement. And so I guess what I'm wondering in that scenario where you said the scientist then goes on to another institution, if NIH for funding is asking about involvement and not just findings, is that not an opportunity to help move the needle forward in terms of our goal of ending harassment? Because then the persons know, even without a finding, the next time they go to apply for a grant, there's going to be a question about the disclosure of that incident, and then they're going to be on the record, even if there was no finding.
Yeah, so first of all, it's great to hear what you're doing. So thank you very much and congratulations. And your idea is a very good one. The problem is what authorities do we have? And there are certain authorities that right now, at this moment in time, as we are talking, we do not have such authorities because we would be in violation of various privacy laws. We are working to try to educate the public about that limitation and the nature of that limitation.
If I may, and this is one of the things, when you get funding at NSF, they won't release the funding. We won't release the funding if it requires an IRB, unless you get IRB approved from the institution. And at Ohio State, and I know that's true at many research institutions, you won't get IRB approved unless you go through the city training, right? And I got to do my city training before before November the 8th. Oh, I can't get to any research at the university. You know, what are some of the things you can do to get ahead of the curve? These are after the fact, the horrendous kinds of things that happen. And we all know it happens. We hear about it quite frequently, even if we don't, whether we indirectly observe or know someone who went through it. But, you know, also have to do a training that is mandated or you don't get a raise at OSU, what we call our sexual assault training. Now, granted, this is what I hear all the time, that faculty do too much, but I know the ones who got funding, who want funding, we're gonna do whatever we can to get that funding, because we need that funding for a lot of things. These are not always the, you know, at NSF, if I don't do my training, certain training, and believe me, I've sharpened myself more at NSF than I ever in my whole career, in 1 year than my whole career at Ohio State. They'll shut your computer down. You can't do no work for certain trainings that you haven't done. There are some things that institutions can do. We can't, as he said, we can't mandate the university to do everything, but we do have a carrot stick. And that's, if you want our money, if you want the federal government's money, you have to do certain things.
I'm intrigued by the shutting down the computer, but I want to make sure we get to our last question.
Hi there. So my question is relating to data, and it can be for either of the agencies. But I'm curious how you are disaggregating qualitative data demographically to ensure that it's not averaging out and like, oh, well, it looks like we're doing great, and capturing certain populations that are marginalized or may not even be represented in data. But then also, how are you tying that to outcomes like retention? Because oftentimes that data, say you take a survey, right? That's not connected to an individual, necessarily who was an awardee or who was an employee at your agency. And then, right, how do you connect those two?
So let me just briefly say there are two kinds of data we can think about. One are data related to participants in research studies. That's something that we are required by law to collect, and we do that through institutions as they submit their progress reports. We've made the progress reports more granular, and so I think in this way we have a bit of a better handle on what's going on. Now, the data that we collect on researchers is a bit different because that's all voluntary. So people are given the opportunity to voluntarily declare information about their demographics, their disability status, and depending upon what data field we're talking about, we either do very well and have comprehensive data, or we have a very high degree of missingness. And so that's something that we do have to take into account. I'll point out there's an organization called IRIS, IRIS. They're based at the University of Michigan. They collect massive amounts of data on individual people and points, much more than we possibly can, amongst universities and institutions that make up, I think, 40% of federal funding. And so they're able to explore questions that we can only imagine about exploring because of the fact that they have set up a way in which they can share data without sharing data. So they can share data in a way that they can analyze it, and they can analyze it in a highly granular way without violating any kind of privacy, and also without having to worry quite so much as we do about the challenges of data missingness.
Shirley, for you, anything? Oh, sorry.
Just wanted to say that in many cases, these things come to, they come via Title IX complaints, not doing research misconduct complaints. Even though it is research misconduct, if you behave in such a way that you disrupt the ability of the ability of the research to be done. And this change was made in the late 1990s so that all of the agencies could share a definition. And I would urge you to go into OSTP and ask for a reexamination of that, as whether or not that should be categorized as it was before, because the NSF actually had that as one of the elements, not just plagiarism, et cetera, et cetera. Have it recategorized as research misconduct because it gets handled very differently within the institution. So I urge you to really look at that as a clear strategy to be able to get a better handle on this. You're right, when it's Title IX, there's lots of things that essentially keep it from becoming public. And it is largely the employer-employee relationship that then requires the confidentiality, that then goes into the non-disclosure, that then goes into the blah, blah, because the institutions want it to go away. But with regard to the case of research misconduct, you're in a whole new ballgame.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I just want to thank our two presenters, Dr. Lauer and Dr. Moore. It's very challenging for them to take time out of their schedule. So for them to be here in real life is really awesome. And so thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Louisa Hurt, Policy Associate Education Counsel. You're putting a face to the many, many emails you have received from me. We are now transitioning into our workshop sessions, which we're really excited about. We have some expert facilitators here today. And these are being offered both in person and virtual. So I'll kind of explain how they'll go and how we'll transition into them. I did want to quickly remind us all of our norms to please share the air and respect others, and especially for our workshop sessions, they're not being recorded. So what is said stays, what is learned leaves. So for this first round, and you heard hopefully my spiel when you checked in this morning, for this first round, for my in-person folks, you'll either be in Cultivating the Power and Leadership of Early Career Professionals with Ijeoma Kola and Joanne Kamens. You would be in Gaining Buy-in for DEAI Policies from Your Organization's Leadership with Marsha Lesky, or you'll be in Improving Investigations with Sarah Kropf. All of these are downstairs. If you go out where you were lining up for lunch, that table, and you kind of look diagonally to the right, those are the stairs to go down to the lower level, and lots of big signage to tell you which room to go in. And that was the idea with our stickers as well for your badges. So those are coordinated as well. And then my virtual friends, for this first round, you are either in Supporting State and Regional Affiliates with Advocacy and Strategies amid anti-DEAI attacks, with Serena Niote, or you're in Fostering Integrity and Inclusivity in Journal Publications with Matthew Giampola, or you are in Understanding the Battles over Title IX Regulations with Meredith Gibson. And those will be just breakout rooms on Zoom. So if we could also, thank you to our colleagues from FASB who are assisting with our Zoom for today. If we could open those breakout rooms, that would be fabulous. And then we switch. We have 10-minute transition time. And so the ones I just listed that are offered virtually first will then be offered in person. So my folks here, you will just switch into those. And again, make one of those choices. And same for our virtual folks, you will switch a breakout room. And I say 10 minutes to transition, not to break, because then we will break afterwards. We'll break from 3:20 to 3:30. And to honor our time, let's go ahead and head to our locations. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I'm working on it.
Hi, does anyone know how we join the breakout rooms?
The breakout rooms seem to have just opened. You should have an option to the bottom right, the options of your screen, but the current ones that are listed are not the ones we expected to see.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe we wait a second and see.
So that was my question.
Yes, they do not appear to be the ones that we are doing. Hi, Marcia.
Hi.
Yeah, well, if we need to do a little bit of triage, the first one could become cultivating the power of and leadership of
Yes.
early career professionals. The second one be gaining buy-in, and what's the third? It's all blocked here. Improving investigations.
Yeah.
We treat
Well,
them.
I don't know if the people in those breakout rooms are.
Right, if they expect that session.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I just declined to rejoin the one that I was in earlier.
Getting buy-in. Yeah, we are early.
Is there someone from Education Council on here?
I'll message. Hi.
Who's the tech
Right, the AV tech would be
to join.
great.
person?
They're not labeled.
Well, worst case scenario, the facilitators for each group can go in
And just,
kind of-
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the opportunity, this is like the mixing in the hallway now, right?
Yeah.
Let me poke my head into the main room and see if someone's in there.
Well, I will say to Marcia, who's now leaving, and the other facilitators, it's super helpful to have you both do a session in person and online for those of us who couldn't be there in person.
No, we love the online. We love the hybrid format. We want to make it work.
We've actually been trying experiments with true hybrid breakout groups, but we haven't quite figured that out yet. So having an all in person and an all virtual is a nice compromise.
I'm not sure what to
Were you
do.
able to check them again? Okay, I can go downstairs and look.
I just messaged and I'm not sure. Oh, they're fixing the breakout rooms. Louisa is fixing the breakout rooms. It's happening now. Okay. Thank you, Louisa. Hang on, everybody. They're fixing it. Okay.
I think that they're renaming them.
Yes. I used to know how to broadcast. Please feel free to take the whole 30 minutes once this is fixed. Okay.
Whole 30 minutes, like that's a long time. I've never talked so fast in my life.
Yes. They're about to be reopened with the proper titles. Okay.
Well, we promise to listen fast.
I know you can, Jody. We are flexible.
Can you guys hear me? I can't get my video to work.
Yes, I can
You
hear
me.
whoever's speaking.
Yes. Stop video won't go off.
Well, it's not a current meeting if you don't have any little technology snafus.
That is true. I'm going to restart and see if I can get it to work.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, we've got it.
Yay. Well, it was nice running into you in the main room. We'll see you in the rooms.
Good. Check.
Freezing. I need something to stand on. Oh, yeah. Is there something, is there like a book or something I can stand on? It's not. Do you have any, just like a thick report or something I can stand on?
Let me see what I can
Okay,
find.
okay. Maybe I can just do this.
Well, I will after oh, can I take this? Oh, it comes off. Okay, good.
That's what it's made for, standing. I don't want to give you something that's not made for standing. You'd have to stand on the lower one. Does that make you more comfortable or not really?
No, I can't stand on this.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'm fine. I'm just gonna deal with it.
Okay.
We're gonna get started in just a minute. If everyone can please come in and sit down. Oh, no, please, please. Okay, well, I hope everyone had a great breakout session. And and just encourage everyone in the hallway to come back in maybe. I know. Snacks bring the snacks in and pass them around. Okay. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I'm Jamie Lewis Keith from Education Council, and it is always so energizing and reassuring to be in this society's consortium community with all of you. Today has been very inspiring, as it always is, and we want to keep up that momentum. Now, a tidal wave of wrong Supreme Court rulings and anti-DEI political action in many states is targeting women, members of the LGBTQ plus community, and Black, brown, and other racialized groups. And data continue to tell us that science is not providing equitable opportunities and harassment-free climate for all talent, which undermines science's integrity, loses innovations that this excluded talent would bring, and misses important issues that cause harm. Our sustained work together in this consortium and by each of the member societies toward inclusive, diverse, and equitable harassment-free fields where all talent can thrive is more critical than ever. I say that every year, and every year, unfortunately, it's true. Thank you so much for your commitment and your engagement. With the consortium's unique integration of law, policy, and strategy, this panel, Leading with Purpose, staying committed to gender and racial equity in the current Supreme Court and political landscape, will emphasize the need and, even more importantly, the capacity to do so much more to achieve our shared mission without running afoul of law. You will hear from three wise experts to my left and the opportunities about the opportunities to do things now and to expand them even more in the future. Art Coleman in the middle, JD is founding partner of Education Council. Travis York to the far left, PhD, is Director of Inclusive STEM Ecosystems for Equity and Diversity, or ISEED, at AAAS. And Sunu Chandy, JD, is Senior Advisor at Democracy Forward. And I am so excited to be an active moderator with these exceptional colleagues. Thank you all for being here. We aspire for this session to inspire all of you to internalize unequivocally and despite the challenges that there are many avenues available to achieve our aims. And the science community is particularly well equipped to innovate and maximize action in the short term, as well as contributing to developing new avenues in the mid and long term. Let me set the stage just for a moment with candor about the challenges and realism about the many opportunities. We are in a high-energy anti-DEI period that has been cultivated by a 50-year-long coordinated, strategic, and well-funded anti-DEI campaign, and it is a campaign that targets race and gender and is now bearing poisonous fruit. This is not just a moment, it is a period. In addition to keeping a focus on all that can be done in the short term under current law with more immediate outcomes, which is absolutely critical, now is the time to develop and pursue mid and long-term pro-DEI strategies. Societies, foundations, and federal agencies as groups that define and reward excellence in science education and research have key roles to play, both as actors and as influencers of action through standard setting, research, and financial investment. The current landscape includes three important developments, among others. First is the June 2023 U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Students for Fair Admission versus Harvard and UNC, which greatly limited the consideration of a student's racial status when conferring benefits, but still found DEI aims to be commendable and worthy, quote, and not illegal. And the court endorsed considering a person's aspirations, inspirations, skills, character qualities, and knowledge related to DEI-dependent mission that arise from a person's own lived experiences, including their lived experience of race. Second is a profusion of anti-DEI state laws and policies involving 23 states as of late June that apply to public institutions and vary in terms, but have a chilling effect far beyond their terms and specific targets. Don't conflate the Students for Fair Admission court ruling, as bad as it was, on the legally sustainable means to achieve commendable and worthy DEI-dependent aims with what some state laws are doing, unlike the court, which is to ban race and DEI as the subject matter of public higher education programs, staffing, and funding. And these things are vulnerable to the First Amendment. Anti-DEI activists mischaracterized the court's ruling as blanketly outlawing DEI, and that is dead wrong. And third is the fact that law is developing and anti-DEI litigation is being waged, but in many cases so far it has not been successful, and this panel is going to elevate that. During the session, I just ask you to do two things. One, assume a science innovator's mindset. The law is just a design parameter. It can be navigated to achieve DEI aims. It is not an impenetrable barrier. Scientists successfully navigate design parameters for innovation every day, and scientists are accustomed to multidisciplinary efforts. So work with your legal colleagues to navigate legal design parameters and innovate to achieve your DEI aims. This panel is going to provide insights on how you might do that. And number two, view legal risk within the mission risk of not achieving your DEI interests. Acting at odds with clear legal prohibitions in what I'll call the red legal risk zone creates excessive mission risk. And it can have broad adverse impacts if challenged in court because bad facts make even worse law. But excessive legal risk aversion by not taking action in the yellow zone, where the law may not be so clear, but there's a principled legal position that supports high mission benefit, creates excessive mission risk. Don't do that. So with those two things in mind, let's get started. And please keep track of your questions. Put them in the chat if you're online, and just keep a note of them and be ready to come to the microphone during the Q&A session if you for everybody here. And we'll do the best we can, the panel, to answer as many of them as possible. So the first question is really for the whole panel. And we're going to start with Travis, then Art, and then Sunu. So we're in good form here. And the question is this: we're beyond that triage period that followed the sort of disappointment, to say the least, of the Students for Fair Admission ruling in June of 2023. And so the question is, what is the pro-DEI science community, institutions, societies, funders, and federal agencies, what are they not focused on that we all need to be focusing on right now? Travis.
Thanks, Jamie. And thank you to the Societies Consortium and to Education Council for asking me to serve on this panel. I have the privilege to be with you all for the next couple of days, and I apologize that I wasn't here this morning. My team guilt tripped me into a mandatory fun virtual escape room activity, which I will say, escaped, thankfully, 3 minutes to spare. So again, I'm really pleased to be here. And I thank Jamie for this initial question around, kind of post the initial SFFA scramble, what really should we be keeping our eye on and really, continuing to focus on. And I actually have two things that I want to elevate here. And one is that I'll go with a little bit of concern and disappointment first, and then into a little different space. I am increasingly concerned at a little bit of a leadership vacuum, in particular within higher education and higher education societies, as far as at least not making very bold kind of coverage, not just claims, but kind of providing coverage. And I say that having worked at a presidential association for almost 6 years prior to coming to AAAS, and understanding fully the complexities therein. And I bring that up because I think that there's an opportunity for us, disciplinary societies, to perhaps provide some of that coverage or to lead the way in some of those spaces. And I think many of your organizations have been doing some of that really important work. And what I mean by that is really kind of being acutely aware to the attacks on academic freedom and expertise and notions in our policy space that have been long time kind of guarded, and that we're seeing really kind of be, systematically assaulted. So that's one thing that I would elevate. The second thing that I would elevate here is that I had a long conversation with Art not too long, maybe it was even before the decision actually came out. And I don't think we were grasping at straws to try to think about a silver lining in the decision. And I've really seen that play out, especially in the work that I have the honor of doing, specifically supporting institutions of higher education in their leaderships as they seek to kind of do systemic change, catalyze and sustain that systemic change in a program that we have called Sea Change, which I'm happy to share more about at some point in time. And that is that I think the decision has paved a way for us to really think critically about what I call deep structural change or deep systemic change versus kind of surface systemic change. And as one example of what I'm kind of describing here, I think systemic change comes in all kind of different levels and depths. I'm a researcher. My research background as a social scientist is how systemic change and transformation occurs. What is the evidence and implementation science behind that? And how do you marshal complex structures to enable such kind of change? And so one example, if you're trying to say, make your STEM faculty more inclusive or more diverse, you could, an example of a kind of surface level systemic change process is to look at your hiring process and start including a kind of contributions to diversity or a diversity statement as part of your process. That is I would argue as it is a systemic change, but it's a fairly kind of higher level or shallow. It's kind of a bolted on, not baked in type of systemic change. And it's very easy to dismantle. And we've seen several states where that has happened, where institutions have taken that step and where that step has been made illegal through state policy. In contrast to that, I think a deep level of systemic change is grappling with long-held institutional values and belief structures and thinking about what makes excellence in the academy excellence, and how do we define that? How do we seek that? How do we pursue that? And so rethinking, for instance, an award, a tenure and reward structure within an institution where we ask with our faculty and faculty unions and shared governance, what does excellence in teaching look like for an inclusive and broadly equitable field? What does excellence in research look like? What does that mean for your findings to be available broadly, to tackle world problems, to engage communities in practical evidence-based methodologies? That sort of question allows us, I think, to do the system change that allows institutions to meet their missions better than we ever have before. And in that sort of a scenario, we're not bolting on DEI. And in fact, I think you can do that whole process without ever uttering the words of DEI. But it's really kind of taking our espoused values and putting them into real practice in real ways to create change.
Thank you, Travis. That was really good. And I would even say that societies have the same questions to ask themselves in the honors and awards and other things they do. Art.
So, there's something dangerous or scary when a lawyer agrees with a researcher. I'm going to basically articulate in part what I think is so powerful and important about the nub of Travis's point, which is stay focused on the power and relationship of science to the broader equation. But bear with me for a second, because despite the fact that I've lived the last 15 months in the policy trenches, I actually don't want to talk to you about policy at all fundamentally. I want to elevate something that I think we all need to be focused on now as we, to Jamie's point, sort of catch our breath, if that's possible, from the sort of wake of the SFFA decision. And while we are rightly focused on what do I need to do tomorrow, how do I navigate for next year's class, how do I support faculty in this endeavor in real time, I actually want us to step back and reflect on a lens for 20 or 30 years out. And I want to reflect on 45 years past on the one thing that we consistently lost the battle on, even as we were winning most of the court cases that mattered until last year. We were losing the court of public opinion. I'm willing to bet if you polled 10,000 people, 95% of them would have told you at any point in time in the last half century, affirmative action equal to quota. Well, quotas were ruled illegal in 1978. There was nothing further from the truth, but that didn't stop the narrative that then drove a reaction to the notion of diversity in higher education being a bad thing because you were creating automatic and rigid and non-meritorious preferences for some students and not others. What I want to suggest right now is in the wake of SFFA, we are at a unique and historic moment of inflection. I am now old enough to be reflective on the first 30 years preceding this decision and to think that we have probably a year or two before a new narrative takes hold. And the other side, by the way, the well-funded machine that is working around the clock with printed off talking points on a daily basis has a discipline we don't have the luxury of. And so we've got to have more intentionality about how we elevate the narrative associated with the power of DEI to beat the notion of the kind of weaponization that you're seeing both in education circles and political circles, even as recently as last night. So what I want to suggest as we think moving forward, I think there are a couple of lessons that are beginning to emerge, both as a matter of sort of broad design, but frankly tied to some polling data that has been generated we could talk about. But the first thing is to avoid jargon. The fact that we may know intrinsically what we are talking about doesn't mean John Q. Public does. And so lose whatever your acronym may be, lose it. Lose the label, lose the bumper sticker. We have got to do a better job of elevating the educational and scientific rationale behind the power, importance of our commitment to diversity, equity, access, and inclusion. And by the way, and this is the real punchline, we cannot finish a sentence on whatever the acronym may be without an express link to notions of excellence, merit, and innovation in the context of whatever the scientific and educational field is. Because the minute the term surfaces, the other side's going to see anti-meritorious. We've actually got to go the next step and explain it. And I think that's incumbent on us to do that. My last broad point here, other than just to say the role of science in driving this narrative is critical and we can't lose sight of that fact, is I am really tired of defending diversity. I want to be advocating for diversity and I want the offensive case. And that means in part that we cannot be doing the work of the other side. Jamie presented this in the outset, but I want to put a really, really important fine point on it. When we talk about SFFA, and I bet you've got faculty and faculty colleagues and students who will talk about the decision that got rid of race in admissions, stop them. It did no such thing. It eliminated the consideration of racial status to advance certain goals that the institutions, Harvard and UNC, had put forth. It actually embraced in more detail than the court has ever done in 45 years, elements of identity and experience associated with race that you can consider. And so when we talk about the SFFA decision as a horrible and thwarted decision on 1,000 fronts, and it is, to be clear, the practical effect in the real term is not that draconian. It is negative, it is bad, but there is a real can-do avenue of the last two paragraphs of that decision. And we should not be writing those paragraphs out of our conversation when we're engaging with our colleagues.
So, Sunu, we lost equity, didn't we, a little bit in the courts? And how do we get it back?
Good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here. I'm a civil rights attorney for about 20 years and a poet. And I'm used to going to civil rights conferences and attorneys events where I know everybody. So it's actually really amazing to be in this space where I like sort of know one-ish, person, and to see all of the people in this room who have devoted so much time and energy over the years to pushing forward, workplaces and communities with less harassment, discrimination, bias against LGBTQ folks, and all of the areas that we work on. So my background was at EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. So when someone was saying, it's not just race, it's this, this, and this, absolutely. I would litigate disability one day, religion another day, sexual harassment the next, and I'm equally committed, as I know we all are, to addressing all of those matters. So in terms of the threads I can pick up on here, I think the last point is crucial about what the admissions decision was and was not. Just to reiterate, the court said, you can still write your essay about your background experiences. That's still part of admissions. It's just race cannot be a separate category that's looked at distinctly. And even when the military schools cases went up, the Supreme Court said, well, that could be different. Let's have it go back down and see what the record is. It's so limited that maybe even in other contexts in admissions, it could be different, which that's its own panel. But, why would that be? Okay. So I think highlighting both how narrow that decision is and not allowing our opponents, these well-funded, same individuals and organizations who've brought 70, 80 cases since then, in healthcare, education, workplace, government boards, we can't let them get away with it because a lot of these institutions, governments, and so on are just sort of folding when they get a lawsuit. Now, to be clear, race-specific programs are difficult to defend. It depends on what the context is, whether there's a remedial program that's limited, that's time certain, that's necessary. And it might be easier, even though there are pros and cons, to just say, this is a program that will be supporting Black and Brown communities or whatever communities you want to name, and others who are underserved and others who have less access. There are ways to be pointed and directed, to this morning's conversation and name the groups you want to name and still try to avoid that legal liability by saying, and others who may be underserved, because then it's not race-based. So I think taking a very practical approach and naming who you want to name is possible, and there are many pathways for that. The other thing I want to highlight is that our opponents, these many organizations, and they're listed here in this report. I think I've put one at many of our tables and they're on Democracy Forward's website. Those organizations are purposefully trying to mislead our society, and to Art's point, that they've been successful, right? They've written letters to EEOC, to Department of Labor, to other agencies saying, oh, go after this company. They say they want to promote more women. Go after this company. They say they want more people of color in their ranks. Basically aspirational statements, which are fully legal. But if you listen to our opponents and their letters, you would think you're not allowed to say any of that anymore. It is very hard to prove an employment discrimination claim. You have to look at You know, who applied? What were the criteria? Who were the decision makers? It's very hard to prove that. Just someone saying we want to promote more women is not going to say, you know, every man now has a successful claim, but that's what they'll have you think. And so I would say, you know, in line with what others have said, we cannot do their work for them. We cannot overcorrect. We need to be bold about our mission and vision, and we need to be smart. And if you want to do a race specific program, definitely meet with your lawyers and make sure that you're doing it in a way that you know what kind of risks you are taking and doing that very carefully and consciously.
Thank you. Thank you all for those great comments. I'm going to now ask Travis to talk a little bit more. AAAS has been a leader in field-facing systemic action. You've done that through the Consortium and the Ethical Transparency Tools, Sea Change, Equitable Pathways Program, the STEM Equity Opportunity Alliance, and the Diversity in the Law Project. And you've also done a lot of work internally to actually walk the talk. So I'd love to learn more about what you have learned in making some of those sort of systemic change focused endeavors in barrier removal and exclusionary norms that and about how societies are particularly well positioned to pursue in their own operations and in the way they influence the field more of that kind of systemic work through some of those resources and sort of elevate some of the helpful resources that you can provide.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Yeah, there's a lot of resources that we've been developing that I've shared with Ed Council, some links that they'll make available to you all, but I'm happy to provide them myself as well. Specifically around kind of thinking deeply around you know, one of those massive projects has been our Diversity in the Law project, which started prior to my time coming to AAAS. It's been going on for about 15 years and continues. When the SFFA ruling came out, we were really thankful to the Sloan Foundation, who has been a longtime funder of this work, who provided additional funding for us to not only update all of our current resources. So this is a really in-depth resource that's publicly available that provides a really comprehensive kind of understanding for how law actually interacts within the parameters of diversity, equity, inclusion, both for student enrollment and for faculty staff hiring. Those are two different sets of law. I'm sure many of you are very familiar with that. And so we have a slew of resources for organizations, professional societies, academic institutions that really help wade through the complexities of that. And we have not only updated those to reflect the changing landscape, but the other thing that I'm really excited to give you all a teaser for is that we're in the process of taking what is, I think, you know, a really comprehensive but necessarily very dense set of resources that are really in the kind of legal weeds. And we're in the process of unveiling or releasing publicly 2 online courses. One will be out before the end of this year of all of that work that's focused at the student level. And then the faculty kind of staff, postdoc kind of hiring piece will be out in by the end of March. And those resources really provide this information, kind of to Art's point, provide this information in a non-jargony, not for legally trained individuals, to really help bring about greater understanding and awareness of how these kind of policies work, not just for enrollment, but thinking about programming, thinking about financial aid. And these are all, you know, pieces that obviously affect associations and much of the work that we do as well. So that'll be a resource that will be available to all of you and to your teams to help kind of really people kind of increase their knowledge and capacity. The other thing that we've been doing, as you kind of mentioned, is really thinking about in what ways do societies and disciplinary associations, in what ways via the way that we operate, do we perhaps maintain or promote inequitable practices within the ways that we operate ourselves? And also, what is the role that we have in the standard bearing, in the career enabling spaces for organizations like ours. Many of your organizations, you have awards, many of you have publishing, many of you have different, kind of programming. And so not only thinking about kind of what role do we as professional societies kind of have in the way that we work ourselves, but also that kind of the space that we occupy in the STEM field. So we've done a lot of that work over the past several years. Since 2020, we took a very concerted effort when Sudip Parikh became our new CEO to really kind of hold the mirror up to ourselves. That took a lot of really what some people might find boring, but because I love data, super exciting to me, data infrastructure building and being really, really thoughtful about the details of how we use our data, not just collect, but use that data to make evidence-based decisions. It took a lot of wading through areas that there were no precedent on for us yet. And it takes a continual approach to that work. We try to be really, really honest and transparent with all of our society partners, that we know we are going to continue to make mistakes as we wade our way through this work, but that it's important enough that we do it. So one example of that is that we've been trying to tackle I'll use a British slang here, the sticky wicket of sexual orientation and gender identity data, and how we both collect ethically and use with privacy spaces in mind, how we use SOGI data, how we report that, and when and how we do that. If any of you do that, please let us know, because we continue to learn more about how to do that. But it was a space where we knew that we were going to start to move in this direction, but that we wanted to be really honest with the scientific community, with our members, and with, all of our partners like you about the fact that we don't really know the best way to do this, and we're trying to figure it out. So I think that kind of candor and that kind of openness about how we're tackling challenges and doing that with one another are super important in this space. With that in mind, we created, working with 5 professional societies who were willing to join us on a wild adventure, a specific toolkit of criteria and guidelines that are a set of DEI kind of resources and guidelines. This is based on our Sea Change initiative, and we had several societies asking if they could do Sea Change, and we thought, well, one, Sea Change is really focused on institutions of higher education, and 2, we didn't think that we should be conferring whether people were doing that well or not. We were in the trenches with all of you. But we did want to make a resource available specifically to societies to help guide their practices. So essentially what we've done is we've created a self-assessment and created a guidebook that helps societies do that kind of holding up of the mirror. It really walks societies and leadership teams through a specific set of questions and guides and data to help you look at how your organization's running and how you're kind of doing that kind of enabling factor in the field. So that's available for folks as well.
I think that some of that work, diversity in the law, and some other of that work is something that has been multidisciplinary, and it's really been a great experience for Ed Council to collaborate on that for over 10 years too. So I think that's part of the message of, none of this can be done by one sector. We have to work together to make it happen. So Sunu, I'm going to ask you the next question, and then Art. I know that Democracy Forward has published a new resource that you've been sharing to help the field evaluate and respond to litigation risks. And what is the resource, and can you just give a few highlights of some of the key takeaways?
Yes, sure. I've given us some of the overview, which is sort of who's bringing the challenges and what's happening with the cases. And, a lot of those cases have been dismissed on technical grounds, like standing, because those groups are not even able to show like one harmed person by the policy, and it very much is sort of mission driven on their end. And so some courts have said, well, then you don't have a case, get out of here. Other courts have let them go forward, but a lot of them are dismissed on technical grounds. Another thing to know about these cases is that many of them have settled. Now, this is, for better or for worse. Sometimes it might avoid a bad decision. On the other hand, it can send a chilling effect, right? There were 3 law firms that were sued for having minority fellowship type programs. A couple of them had race and other identities involved, but the third one, it was just it was just a fellowship for those who are underrepresented in the law. So that was completely legally defensible. But that law firm chose not to go forward with that case, saying like, we have a bunch of different clients. We're not the one, is what they told us. And that was disappointing because it would have been good to have a good court decision sort of announcing broadly that you can do this. The only silver lining there is that for all 3 of those cases, and they're detailed in the report, the settlements were for terms that were interesting and maybe helpful, such as looking for candidates who've done work in the DEI space or whose lived experiences helps bring different perspectives. So sort of in the same way that the essays can be used in college, sort of having an application process where you can look at the whole person then allows us to meet some of our goals still, even though they may not name race as part of the admission. So take a look at those decisions. The other thing I wanted to highlight is there have been some cases just against like basic training, right? Anti-discrimination training, EEO training, implicit bias training. There have been people who've brought, or organizations who've brought suits against those, and those usually fall by the wayside because unless there's like, there's one outlier where there was literally sexual harassment happening in the training. Yeah, you can't do that. But barring that, like you could have your training. It's actually good to help avoid liability. You could have affirmative defenses. You can know what your rights are, know what your obligations are, know how to intervene as a bystander. You can check your own implicit bias. There's many good things that can come from training, and that is absolutely legal. And EEOC recently issued a federal sector decision. So in a federal workplace, but it's instructive, where someone wanted a religious accommodation not to go to the LGBTQ plus training about not harassing their colleagues. And EEOC was like, no, that's not going to be something that's allowed as an accommodation. We all need to work here together, and you're not going to be harassing your LGBTQ colleagues. And if that's a problem for you, then that's a problem, right? You're not being asked to change your personal views. No one's telling you where to, have your house of worship. It's just a matter of just actually having a workplace without hostility. And that's absolutely necessary. So that's what I wanted to say about training. And to your point about implicit bias or just sort of checking our own views, I have to share that two quick things. One is I had a colleague in one of my roles many years ago, and he refused to take like that Harvard implicit bias test because he would always be making these comments, a young guy, and he finally took it. And I think it showed him something like that he took to heart. I took that Harvard bias test. I grew up in the Midwest, on the island of Jamaica, in Chicago and New York, anyway, all different places. And I actually said for race, I'm neutral, which was shocking to me because I've had so many like different influences. That said, the other day I wanted to share this at Union Station. I went into the Hudson News place because a lot of those places are carrying my poetry book, and I just wanted to check in with them about if they would carry it. I walked in, and there was a woman of color, maybe Latinx, and there was an Asian American man, and they both worked there. And I walked up, and something happened in my brain, and I went to the man and I said, "Are you the manager?" And the woman was like, "I'm the manager." And I was like, "Okay, great." And I talked to her. And that was so instructive for me, right? Like, I think I'm an expert on DEI. I'm a woman of color myself, but something is in there. And I think those experiences are very humbling because this is how decisions are made. And it reminded me of Nelson Mandela story about going to get on a plane and seeing a Black pilot and thinking, will I be safe? And I told that story when I met with some judges a long time ago, because it's like, if he has to check himself, we all have to check ourselves, right? Like no one is above this, whatever group you're in. And so that was just a reminder from last week about how we need to be careful, be thoughtful, and keep learning. Yeah.
And I'll just add that the 11th Circuit, which is one of the most conservative circuits in the entire nation, has found that Florida's ban on teaching DEI and race and various things, the anti-woke law, is likely to be violative of the First Amendment and enjoined its implementation both in the education and employment context. And they are different laws. So this sort of underrepresentation issue is different in the employment context than it is in the student context. But it's just, I mean, there's hope there.
And yet I'll also add that Florida is one of the
ignored.
states where every public institution's every single syllabus has been reviewed by a committee of
Right.
their board and governors.
Which is really dispiriting,
Yeah.
based on where we are. So the next question is for Art, and Art, it's sort of a two-part question. You and I recently published a green, yellow, red legal risk resource that includes, that really focuses on the can-dos in the green and yellow zone. And if you can elevate there are many, many examples in that resource, then if you can elevate a few that you think might be particularly meaningful for societies that receive whether they receive federal funding or not, and particularly elevate the issue of non-discrimination in contracting that affects all societies, and under Section 1981, that would be helpful. And then we'll go to your questions. So start thinking about what your questions are.
So really a two-parter. First, Jamie and I sort of live joined at the hip in this space 24 hours a day. And one of the frustrations that was coming out of the immediate post-SFFA set of conversations with organizations and institutions was we were hearing the constant refrain, can't do, can't do, can't do, can't do. And it's like, time out. Are you as focused on what you can do as what you can't? And so this resource, if you Google navigating post SFFA landscape, was published in June of this year. It's on Ed Council's website. It's a free downloadable resource. We've identified 25 green light practices and 9 yellow to green light practices in the range of basically enrollment and other programmatic design issues that are merit consideration, not to give you the sort of automatic formula for your institution or organization, but to say, here's that foundation for thinking about this. Because frankly, I just think, I think this was alluded to earlier in the day, we're also in a wave where we're not seeing the robust leadership we might on an institutional and organizational level. And part of this is, how do we arm people with these shared values and convictions so that they've got the ammunition to internally make the case? And so part of this is part of that design. I would just say broadly, I know we're short on time and want to go to your questions. Just while the SFFA decision talked about admissions and only admissions, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we've got 3 decades or more of case law under the federal law that gives so many more degrees of latitude and leverage to think about and design around race when you're dealing with recruitment, outreach, and pathways activities, just as one big broad category. Any enrollment manager at an institution of education will tell you, as critical as admissions is, you're not going to get the diverse class you are looking for with the benefits that follow that diversity if you're not as intentional and proactive on that recruitment, outreach, pathways front. The important takeaway here is there is so much that can be done that I would argue, and John King says this much more eloquently than I will, but there is an awful lot on structural and systemic design work that we should have been doing for the past 25 years that we haven't. And so in this sort of a silver lining, as far as it goes in this moment in time, this is an opportunity to dig deep on some of those issues we have band-aided in the past and really think authentically on design. The recruitment, outreach, pathways arena is just sort of one facet where I think there is an awful lot more we can do.
And one of the reasons is that you don't have to take racial status per se into account when conferring benefits in those other venues.
One thing I'll add here, as far as kind of like from a scientific society, a research society, to my fellow society members, we've been doing a lot of thinking about how do we, as an association, take resources like what Art and Jamie have just mentioned, and how do we equip our members with these sorts of resources. In particular, when it comes to graduate education, it is department chairs and faculty who are making most of those decisions, if not all of them on a campus. And resources like these, equipping faculty, department chairs, mid-level managers on a campus, are so important to kind of undoing the chilling effect that something like SFFA or Prop 209, when it happened in California, undoing some of that and really equipping researchers who, of course, we'd have no reasonable, no reason to expect them to know this sort of information. They don't have PhDs in higher education. They have PhDs in really other cool science stuff, right? Some of us do. I have a PhD in higher ed. And so I think this is one of those kind of practical things where directly influencing the admissions and the financial aid processes of graduate students has a direct impact on the field and pool of PhDs. And this is a space where we ourselves can do a lot of really great work here.
And I'm just going to pick up on part 2 of the question very quickly.
Yeah.
The topic of legal risk for societies that may not be recipients of federal funds. So just to level set, the SFFA decision was both Harvard and UNC, a public institution, a private institution, under the Equal Protection Clause affecting public institutions, and Title VI, which controls any recipient of federal funds. So if your organization is a recipient of federal funds, you're subject to Title VI and very clearly the rules of the court opinion. What's not covered by the court opinion is a purely private organization that is not a recipient of federal funds, right? So the question is, what's my legal risk or vulnerability? And the one point I want to elevate there is there's this less well-known, less frequently litigated, but potentially no less impactful statute known by the forgettable name 42 USC section 1981.
My favorite.
Or Section 1981 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, the very first Civil Rights Act in the nation.
And there are a line of cases that basically adopt, in broad terms, sort of the Title VI rationales there. And so I think that my takeaway would be, number one, there are a lot of, to the point you just made, a lot of distinct affirmative defenses that may be available to private organizations, not to institutions, including those like standing in ways that statute has been interpreted. But if you've got any program design where you are conferring benefits to students or faculty based at least in part on their racial or ethnic status, like a scholarship program that could be construed as a contract, then it's something that you need to engage with your counsel on.
And something as simple as saying, this is a program that's focused on bringing more Black and Brown communities into the program, and it's open to XYZ 1, 2, 3, and any others who are underserved. That last part is the part that might help it to be less of a legal risk. Even if it's private and even if these contract claims could be a risk. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a whole other line on whether tribal, documented tribal affiliation might be more like a geographical interest than a racial interest. Long conversation.
There are also, I mean, this is the bottom line is Section 1981 is an area still of developing law. And what is a contract, what isn't a contract? What the Supreme Court has said is that there has to be, but for race, you wouldn't have made the adverse contract decision, and proving that it was race that was the reason is, can be a high bar. So it's not an automatic.
Yeah, and so just to say, I mean, the case that's gotten sort of the most publicity right now, Fearless Fund, which is now settled, did have a negative decision in an interim stage. And that's because it was called a contract. It was specifically based on race. It sort of fit all of these boxes that you need to fit so clearly. And so it was difficult. And they didn't go down the road to sort of prove the remedial program because they settled in the interim.
Yeah. So we'd love to get your questions. And please, don't be afraid to say we didn't understand, this was unclear, because this is a mire. Yes.
Oh, oops. Hello.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Jonathan Bethard. I'm here as representative of the American Association of Biological Anthropologists. But what I really am in my day job is a faculty member at the University of South Florida in Tampa, where it's a deep cut listening about all of these things. And I want to be concise to say that one of the things and I'm an anthropologist, and everything that anthropologists do is sort of in the bullseye of Governor DeSantis. But at the same time, from the outside, it feels, oh God, it's dire. But I feel like I have a lot of really resilient colleagues, and a lot of us have not changed a thing. Particularly because we've been told when you rely on facts, disciplinary knowledge, right, you are in an okay shape to put something on a syllabus. And so people are like, yeah, I can back up everything that I'm saying with the literature. But with so many sort of discussions about what is even a fact, what's misinformation, what's disinformation, where can we all leverage from whatever our scientific disciplines are, the facts of disciplinary knowledge as a way to communicate? So it's sort of a two-part, sort of there's the background. So that's the first part is how do we leverage facts? And then two, what can we do as scientists? And I'll use the example of being a Floridian where we just had two huge hurricanes. And Governor DeSantis equated the climate hoax with the same level of hoax that people say that the government made the hurricanes. So how do we elevate facts and really lean into our facts and all the kinds of ways that science provides, and to say science is as true as something can be? So what do we do?
Travis, you're the
You put your
scientist.
mic up, so I assume you're taking that one.
I'll start, but Suni, you can pick up on this from a lawyer's vantage anyway. I go back to sort of square one. I'm a recovering litigator. Like I tried cases for a decade. And the thing that I think if I learned anything out of that experience, it was, well, I need to be a smart lawyer. If I didn't understand the science on what I was litigating, I was toast. I needed to be smarter than any expert witness on the stand on the topic, at least in a broad way. And so the point I would elevate is your sources of facts. Again, being mindful of your audience, not in a political context, but in a legal context where I still think the vast majority of lower court judges, at least, are not going to give you an opinion written like the radical right's talking points, which is about what the SFFA decision read like. The facts are published research coupled with, by the way, survey data, institutional research data, and even anecdotal data. You're going to say, Art, how can you say that? I will cite 7 members of the US Supreme Court in 2016 in a case they did not overrule in 2023, when in Fisher 2, Justice Kennedy was citing those evidentiary foundations as a foundation to justify UT's consideration of race in admissions. Lower courts will look at any credible source that you can document. And I think it is critically important. This is really the litigator coming out of me. You want the power of the documented statistical survey or the formal research, but you want to be able to tell your story. Who are you putting on the stand that can say, this affected me? I continue to believe to this day, sorry, just one aside, like the total failure in the Harvard and UNC cases that the court, it didn't matter in the end because the court wasn't actually looking at the facts of the cases. The plaintiff in the SSFA cases, in neither case had a single fact witness, not a single student who said, I was harmed because. It was a kind of remarkable absence of evidence. Stick with your trusted foundations.
Yeah, no, a couple of things come to mind. One is a reporter called and said, you know, can you give a comment since all the DEI programs are shutting down, minority students aren't going to get jobs anymore. And I was like, hold on, like, let me fight with the premise of your question, right? The Littler law firm, like my opponents for years at EOC, like these conservative law firms just put out a thing saying people are staying strong, right? CEOs are staying steady. Those are the actual facts. That's the actual data. And so I said, let's back up. And of course, she just ran the article she wanted to run, even though that wasn't the data, because that's not as interesting, right? And that's not what they want to be saying. And so I would agree that having that sort of data is so crucial. Right now, Democracy Forward, we're litigating a case, just as an example, in many of the government boards across the country on many different fronts, there have been rules. The one in Alabama is an appraisers board in the real estate context. And it says for appraisers, the appraisers board, there are 9 people and 2 shall be racial minorities. So one of our opponent organizations brought a lawsuit saying, you can't do that anymore. And Alabama said, oh yeah, we can't do that anymore. And so we are representing a local Black real estate organization to fight back, to show society, you know, all of the discrimination and the reasons why. And 2 of 9 is so modest. That's what kills me, right? It's like we're defending these programs that are so modest. They've brought, you know, threats against programs that say endeavor to have a committee that looks like your community. They'll bring a lawsuit against that. So it's like you can't just, there's also some leadership that's needed to fight back in the courts and otherwise to say we are allowed to do that. That is a good thing in society. That helps us make decisions that are more informed, right? Because this is a group that's going to be looking at who can be approved to be appraiser, disciplinary matters. And so it's like studies that y'all are doing that we need to cite to show that having a more diverse team making those decisions makes it more fair.
Travis, real quick, and then I'll close up. Yep.
I'll just kind of reemphasize how important it is to continue bringing in research and, you know, peer-reviewed kind of science here and modeling that. And I think here I would put a plug in for scientific organizations and scientists to continue rigorous work around equity and inclusion. That is a field in and of itself, involves social scientists. I myself am a recovering faculty member, Art as a recovering litigator. I get frustrated on editorial boards where I see kind of weak DEI work coming forward. And so I would say, like, make sure we're committing ourselves to doing really rigorous, excellent, quantitative, qualitative, and mixed methods work that promotes that work. And then I know you were kind of asking somewhat about kind of the curricular piece, which is fascinating. And I'd love to talk more with you about that. But I do think that there's an institutional space of really, really being expertly attuned to the way that institutions collect and utilize administrative data and record that data, because so much of the really protecting an institution around their choices for programming and policy is to be able to show in your data the impact previously and going forward around policy changes or structure changes and the impact on students. So you have to have a really advanced, granular administrative data set so that you can really keep yourself safe. It's a very important piece.
So I'm going to close us out with a couple of comments and a thank you to the panel. The couple of comments are these. This panel was not about the legal design parameters. This panel was about some high point, important points that there are a lot of avenues out there, many, many things that you can do, and that we can't be consumed with what you can't do or with fear of litigation, because there's very little we can do about it. There's almost nothing we can do other than totally folding our tents, which we're not going to do. to avoid litigation in this particular setting. But a lot of litigation does not succeed. And so we have to track the outcomes, but try not to be afraid of the weak legal arguments that are put forward. The second is that I do hope that you'll take a look at that green, yellow, red resource, because it has a pretty succinct description of the legal design parameters, which we didn't have a chance to get into today, as well as how that translates into many things that you can do, even though there are these design parameters. And I will just say that that maintaining commitment, being in this kind of community together to share experience and ideas is so important at this time, because we can't back down, and we shouldn't. And it really is an opportunity to do some of the harder systemic change, because the court has put some limits on us. But there's also a really big difference between a remedial situation where an organization admits to having excluded people and is going to remedy that, versus some of the more positive kinds of things. Both of those things are really important, and there is a lot you can do. So I just want to thank this amazing panel and thank all of you for being here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Beebe from IEEE. I'm vice chair of the Consortium Executive Committee. And first of all, I hope everybody has gotten a lot out of today and enjoyed the day and found it very interesting and useful. So I want to spend a few minutes and talk a little bit about the sort of the arc of the consortium over the past 6 years. Some decisions we made, some changes we're making this year, and a little bit about where we're going in the coming years, we hope, both operationally and programmatically. As many of you know, the consortium's origins and mission started back in 2019, and it was to disrupt gender and intersecting racial harassment in our members' activities, and set the standards for the field as influencers who are standard setters to help do so in the broader STEM fields in which we're working, requiring equity and inclusion in education, research, and practice. We went through a lot of discussions, a lot of meetings, and robust planning to develop the consortium's plan of action, focused on collective leadership, effective action, and efficient operationalization and commitment and systemic change. Our 2021 strategic plan, developed by the executive committee, led by Billy and Felice and some of the other people you've seen up here, and Art and Jamie and others, with the guidance of an outside facilitator and expert, input from the Leadership Council and from a bunch of our members, emphasized the interconnection of equity and anti-harassment in our first strategic goal. The strategic plan's goals have driven each year's work plan, as well as all of the annual convenings we've had since then. These goals were reaffirmed this year by the executive committee, and they are catalyze members to drive systemic change for gender and intersecting racial equity, establish member affinity groups to facilitate conversation and resource sharing. Art and Jamie alluded to a bunch of the resources, and I'll talk a little bit about more of those in a minute. to expand the consortium's leadership footprint, to really have an ecosystem focus, and finally, to position the consortium for long-term sustainability. We were just talking earlier today in a smaller group of us about where we see each other in 5 years, and you know, someone said, "Oh, we're going to be out of business because we're solved all the problems." Sadly, I don't think that's the case. So we do need to be prepared for long-term sustainability. Over the years, we've considered how the consortium can provide value to our members, with a focus that's both internal, that is a focus on our member societies, and external, a focus on the broader fields in which we're working. So let me talk first a little bit about resources and community building. So here's a model of how we've thought about this, those resources and community building, both things that are focused on the short-term resources to help our societies make change, the model policies, the policy and law guidance, including the stuff that Jamie's and Art talked about, and tools to elevate conduct. And then the stuff that's affect the medium to long term, those community building things, building relationships, change things that'll affect and change the climate, which will lead to a change in culture. So for 6 years, the consortium has been prolific in developing a ton of resources. We started early on in developing a number of model policies, for example, and we also have gathered resources and are sharing those from our members. Many of your societies have contributed resources to this collection, and other groups, and all those resources to advance gender and intersecting racial equity and inclusion. So you all should have access to all of these resources. There's in your folder, the Google folder that you is in the materials, there's an applications and resources document that should have all this information. So if anybody has any trouble finding it, just let us know. For example, one of the things I recommend you check out, and this is from I think 2 years ago, the courageous and transformative leadership video library. So this is a number of society leaders, CEOs, presidents of boards, providing an example of what they can do within their own operations and the broader ecosystems in which they're working, and candidly address the issues that still require our attention. You know, the leaders who are talking in these videos have tremendous successes, but they all acknowledge that there's lots of work to do, and some of the things that we need to continue to work on. So these leaders are not alone in facing these challenges, and together they talk about the range of things. So we want to raise this resource. So if people are looking for examples of how leaders are leading in this area, these videos are really great to look at. So another resource that you'll hear a lot more about tomorrow, and we talked a little bit about today, is the ethical transparency tool. It's a tool that societies, institutions, and people can use to create a norm of transparency across the higher education and research ecosystem for healthy climates where all talents can thrive. The ETT, the Ethical Transparency Tool, makes it easier to access findings of sexual, gender, and racial misconduct wherever that misconduct occurred, with sensitivity to ethics and the law. And I think both the first two panels this morning talked about this challenge as an issue, the idea that someone engages in some misconduct, leaves before there's a finding, and no one knows what's happening. This tool will hopefully address some of that. Jamie Lewis Keith tomorrow morning will talk in much more detail about this tool. There's also the case studies library. that's on the Society's Consortium website. There's a number of case studies in this that help institutions, societies and institutions of higher education prevent and respond to harmful conduct affecting women, the LGBTQ plus community, and people of color. So we also talked a lot about law and policy guidance. In fact, a lot of the early work was really focused on developing model policies. You'll see a few of our more popular and utilize examples here, including the Title IX memo, which is in the middle of being updated and will be released shortly. And then also the guidance that Jamie and Art were just talking about on the implications of the Students for Fair Admissions ruling on society. So I definitely go read that one if you haven't, because it's really, really useful. Then there's CLIP, the Consortium LinkedIn platform, which is a members-only online community to help with communication amongst our members, for sharing of resources, identifying other societies that are working through the similar issues and being able to connect, and asking for help. If you're struggling with something, it is pretty much guaranteed that one of the other societies involved in the consortium is working on the same issues, may have also just be struggling, and may also have figured out ideas about how to do something. So there's a 3-minute video on an introduction to the Consortium LinkedIn platform in the resources, in the Google folder under the resources area. So I would recommend looking at that. I want to talk a little bit about the changes that the executive committee approved earlier this year as we reassess the clarity and alignment of our mission, vision, and branding and programming, and contemplate the development of a prospective membership model that is thinks carefully about the economic conditions our societies find themselves in. So we've modified our name, our mission, and our vision. All these have been modified this year. As we talked about earlier this year, we believe the name that we've come up with appropriately reflects the evolution of our work. It's really been front and center. That is, we didn't change the name thinking about what we might be doing, but the new name reflects the work that has been going on for the past couple of years, and addresses the concerns that we heard from our member societies. And so we are now the Society's Consortium to End Harassment and STEM. And so this is our new mission and vision statement. So our mission is to advance equity, excellence, and integrity in the STEM ecosystem by eradicating the system that creates and supports harassment. One of the things I think is really like about this mission statement is it's a positive statement. It's about what we're doing to end the systems that are existing. So our vision focuses on sexual, gender, and intersecting racial and ethnic equity and anti-harassment. It is grounded in the belief that all talent must be welcome and able to thrive in STEM education and research, and recognize STEM's potential to contribute to a positive future for society, the world's economy, all life, and the planet. So that's sort of the high level stuff. Back to sort of a little operational kind of stuff. We've finalized the transition of sending out invoices and getting payment from AAAS to FACIB. And this should significantly improve and streamline the experience of getting the dues bills out and collecting that. So that should make that much easier. We've also ratified a new dues structure and a dues relief policy, which will go into effect in January of 2025. So we'll have a lot more to share about this. And if you have any questions, you can talk about it at the reception tonight or tomorrow during our programming. So just to sum up, thank you. I mean, this is a consortium, so it's all of you. It's not, it's not just sort of a thing where hopefully you're getting stuff, but we are a consortium made up of all of you. And we hope you continue to engage with the community and share your treasure, talent, and time and experience, and use the resources and benefits that we've developed and contribute and share with one another. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ed, who's going to close us out for the day, and then we get to receive, I guess, go to a reception.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. And thank you all for being here with us, grinding it out today. Knowing that we started at 11, we're going to conclude shortly. I am in the way of the reception, so hopefully we can get to it. I'll be relatively smooth and swift here before we hopefully can head up and enjoy the rest of the evening. Again, Ed Smith, I work for Ed Council, and I just want to start off by saying, again, thank you all, but thank you to the many hands, hearts, and minds that pulled this event together. And namely, I want to thank Louisa Hurt and our Ed Council colleagues for drawing together these logistics. I want to thank our ASL interpreters for working with us all day. Those of us on Zoom, thank you all for participating and upkeeping the norms and foundations we have for participation. And certainly our folks at AGU, from Billy to Emily to Bob and the rest of the staff here for putting together such a fantastic hybrid convening that I know we'll enjoy tomorrow as well. So give it up for all of them. So we thought, yes, again, the 6th annual convening, an opportunity for us to reflect on the challenges as well as the transformations brought on by several socio-environmental and political shifts and undercurrents I think we're all grappling with and experiencing now. And it allows us, again, to contemplate what these shifts mean for gender and racial equity in the knowledge, education, and industrial STEM ecosystem. So hopefully today, through the plenaries, the workshops, we've grappled with some of these shifts, whether it's policy, whether it's political, legal, programmatic, within our disciplines. Certainly there's a lot on the table for us to wrestle with. But as we go through tomorrow, certainly as we go through the rest of the year, knowing that the election is upon us in a few days, I hope we're thinking about the future of our fields, the future of societies, the future of the STEM ecosystem, and thinking about what it is we're learning about, whether it's today and over the course of tomorrow, the conversations we're having, the policy solutions that I guess we've tackled during the workshops, the programs that we're thinking about, and really trying to surface the realities of what we can put forth in the future, right? So yes, we have a lot to deal with. And yes, we've tried to reconcile the past with what we're experiencing now, but certainly I hope that we're future facing, and we're looking forward to an even stronger and more equitable future, and certainly one an existence that's stronger and more equitable than the past. So with that in mind, I hope we're not only trying to get through what we're trying to get through right now, but certainly trying to cast a vision for a much brighter, stronger, and excellent ecosystem moving forward. There is a lot that I know we've covered, but I just want to surface a few things that I think resonate with me, and hopefully drop this on y'all, and then we could move forward with the reception. So I think of this work as being a part of a movement, and certainly we're a consortium, but from someone who is maybe a little less seasoned than some in the room, I think of it as taking the baton. And I know that has been offered a number of times. Andrew, in his remarks, talking about the evolution of the consortium, used the word generations, right? And I think certainly I feel like I'm coming into this movement, taking the baton from some of you all and moving it forward. And I think of the weight of that responsibility, knowing how much you all have poured into the consortium, have poured into movements to make our fields better and brighter, more equitable, freer, moving forward, so that someone like me can come in and take the baton, but have a better experience than perhaps someone like me in the past would have otherwise. But I also think that requires, again, as we've evolved, operationally and otherwise, it requires us to continue evolving moving forward. And what that I think that brings forth is not only the ways in which we've refined the mission to grow, to evolve, the ways in which we've changed our operational infrastructure. Mark has kind of outlined some of those changes. I also think it requires us to be attuned to the way oppression and the way disenfranchisement and the way subjugation will continue to grow, evolve, and become stronger, more coordinated as well, right? So what does that say? Yes, we are growing, we are evolving, but so I guess is the opposition, right? And to stay attuned to how that works, how the opposition shows up, how well coordinated it is, so that we can also meet the mark and engage in the strategic, legal, political, and other cultural battles that are in front of us moving forward. So while the future is bright, in my opinion, yes, the future requires us to stay vigilant and prepared for the strategic tasks. I also heard a lot of words that start with C, from culture change to collaboration to courage to Dr. Moore said cloning to providing coverage to being champions and the need for capacity and better communication and I could go on. But the point is, I think this required us to consider the relational foundations of what collaboration looks and feels like and how it's done effectively. So certainly we're all either lawyers, scientists, academic leaders, et cetera, having the skills and the competencies and the technical knowledge. But in my humble opinion, very often we overlook some of these relational dynamics. All of these things that start with C have nothing necessarily to do with technical or scientific skill, right? They're all about how we work together, the obstacles that we need to overcome and deal with in collaboration, right? And I would remind us that moving forward in the future, hopefully we're reconciling some of those challenges within our organizations, across the consortium, and certainly how we engage with the field, and not squarely thinking about necessarily the science of it or the technical aspects of it, but certainly how we communicate, how we foster relationships, how we build foundations upon which we might do this work. And then finally, I'll just leave us with another C word, and that's I hope we celebrate each other, right? And so as much of this could be hard to deal with, yes, we've had 2 years of dealing with the anti-DEI movement, right? Or 2 years of fighting the politics that undercut some of the work we do. And depending on what happens in the next few days, we'll have many, many years of it, perhaps, right? We'll talk about this a little bit more tomorrow, the implications of the US presidential election. But I hope it's not all doom and gloom, that we're finding ways to connect with each other, that we're seeking the joy in what we can of this work and drawing on each other for inspiration, because I think that's foundational in doing this work and certainly rebellious at times, because we should not be all doom and gloom. We should experience joy with each other, not additive, but central to the work. So I hope that helps us transition into this evening's reception. So here's, we know the agenda for tomorrow. It would have been on the slide, but I think I look better than whatever slide could be up here. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. If you are inclined to have breakfast with us, it's optional, but our program will start at 10 a.m. Eastern. For folks on Zoom in the West Coast, hang in there. It's an early start for you if you're on the West Coast, but we appreciate you being with us. Anything else as far as reminders? We immediately after this, we're transitioning up to the rooftop if you're here with us for more celebration, more conversation, more networking. And I can't wait to engage with you all in person. That has been a joy that I've experienced here today, seeing many of you online for so many months and going on a year and a half now. Let's connect with each other in person and feel good about the work we're doing and what we'll be able to accomplish in the future. I think that's it. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, we have Billy Williams send us off here.
No, just a word of instruction. Only one of the elevators will take you to the rooftop. So it's the elevator to your right. If you go on the one on the left, you're not going to get there. You'll be stuck in the middle of our building. So please go to the elevator on the right. Someone, a staff member or the security guard will activate the elevator to get you to R, which is rooftop. To come back down, you don't need anything, get on and hit L and to bring you to, that's the only floor you can get to from up there. So see you there. Unfortunately, I can only be there for 30 minutes because I have to go investigate an ethics complaint at 5:30. Bummer. But anyway, see you up there. Great day. Thank you, everyone.